such as bank statements or proof of income or Medi-Cal cards, and they will get a reduced fee.
So it really is truly open to anybody
Yes.
in the local community in
Yes.
the Hollywood area?
Yes.
That's great. Denise, thanks so much for spending some time with us today. We're looking forward to learning more about the centre after the break.
Before approaching an intersection, so that's why 2 wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating? That's not good.
That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium.
And I hate tailgaters.
Tailgating causes crashes. Back off.
Watch the road.
Remember, pets need to prepare for disasters too. Put together an emergency kit with water, a water bowl, food, and any medications they may need. Get the message. Be prepared.
We're here in the Wellness Centre with EJ Vasquez, who is a programme assistant with Partners in Care. EJ, how did you get involved with this project?
You know, I've always wanted to work with seniors and helping them with wellness in their life and being involved in the community, giving back, and all sorts of things like that that have really helped me to gain a lot of access into a different generation, you know, and being able to bring a lot of energy and enthusiasm and just love to the community.
So what is it that you have learned from working with Partners in Care that you're actually bringing to the centre here?
You know, I've learned a lot of that giving back to the community isn't about ourselves. It has nothing to do with you. All it is serving them, you know, giving them hope for the next day. A lot of the times the seniors, you know, are happy to just wake up and be able to come to the center and be able to say, you know, it was a great day because I did wake up and I'm here and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to have fun and exercise and do whatever activity we're doing for the day.
Is this the first time you've been involved in an environment like this wellness centre?
It is. It is actually my first time. So it's been a pretty great experience.
And what type of activities have you started or will you be implementing in the next few weeks?
Actually, we are doing an evidence-based program for arthritis exercise classes. And we're going to be doing that as well as working with brain activities to stimulate their mind and get them just recharged for the day and being excited about life.
So it's physical and cognitive
Exactly,
activities.
yes.
Excellent. So now I understand you have done the brain game here today, so we'll take a look at that.
For sure.
I had a go at it and I scored badly. So maybe you can give me some tips on what I need to do to improve my cognitive awareness.
Sure.
So let's have a look at the brain game.
And what I'm going to do is go ahead and call whoever's hand I see first, and I'm going to call on you, and you give me the answer. And then I want you, if you get it right, I want you to write a line on your paper, okay, just so a little tally mark so I know that you got a point. And at the very end, whoever gets the most points from the questions and activities that we do will win this awesome blue bag full of goodies. Yes, that's right. Okay. Passengers on an unthinkable luxury liner wine and dine and consider before disaster hits. It starred Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet. I saw hers. Let me see the hand. Titanic. Is it? Yay! Okay, very nice, very nice. Okay, now we're going to talk about the animal kingdom. All right, let's see here. When Dorothy landed in Oz, this pet was all she had from home. Dog. Dog. Let's see. Toto the dog. You got it. All right, go ahead and mark a tally. In dice, what are snake eyes?
1.
Let's see. 1 dot on each dice. Very nice, very nice. How many dwarfs did Snow White find in the woods? I saw 7 dwarfs. Let's see. Can you name them?
I know.
No. Can you name the dwarfs?
Oh, name the dwarfs?
Yeah.
You got extra credit?
Yeah. It'll be an extra point if you get it all.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's Smiley?
No. It's not. I'm sorry. No. I'll show you. All right. 7. Sneezy, dopey, dog, bashful, grumpy, sleepy, happy.
Happy.
All right. No. It's good though. No, because I could be smiley, but I could be miserable. Sightseeing. In what city or country would you see these sites? Okay, and I'm going to list the sites. The pyramids. I saw his again. Egypt. And we have Cairo or Egypt. Very good, very good. Remember, not to call out the answer, else I can't call you. Okay, we're ready. Next question is the Great Wall.
China.
Oh, don't shout it out, but I saw your hand. Okay, superstitions. Rubbing a rabbit's foot will bring you what?
Luck.
Luck. Good luck. Very good, very good. Go ahead and mark a point. So I want everybody to take a couple seconds to memorize these shapes. Okay? Can everybody see it? Everybody sees the shapes?
Triangle.
Triangle. You got a triangle. And what else do you have there? Square. A square. Okay, memorize it. I'm going to change it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Change. So we're going to come back to that later. Let me see. You will need a pen and pencil for this game, so everybody has one, right? Okay. And let's go ahead and start. Go ahead and look at these words. And, I want you to go ahead and look at these words right now. And just try to memorize all the words that you can see. Okay, just go ahead and take a couple seconds to look at those words. All right, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and okay. Now write down as many of the words you can remember. Ready, and begin. Go ahead and start writing. Go ahead and start writing the words that you can remember. That's awesome, you're the winner.
You win.
You are a winner of this awesome blue bag full of great goodness. Yes, no, you had more than her. Well, just take the prize. You're good, yeah. All right. It's okay. 11. She counted 11. You still had more. Yeah, all right. Woo! Okay, great job, everybody. And that is our activity for today.
That was really fun. As you can see, I scored badly. Now, what exactly do the seniors get from activities such as this? Because obviously they're to stimulate cognitive awareness. What is it that you can measure from these games?
Yeah, exactly. They come in here, at first they're not really sure of what it is that we're doing. I explain it to them. It's great for them to, again, cognitively being able to take instruction, be with other seniors, be able to play a game, do activities that stimulate their mind as well as their social life. They come in here and we explain the game to them. And a lot of the times, at first, they'll be a little hesitant to the game, but as you see throughout the time, they're open, they're loud, they're lively, they're shouting out answers. I'm like, wait, you know, I have to explain to them how it actually is going to go. But it's great for them overall. The things that we discuss will be, you know, big movies, and they know it. They memorize it. You know, they remember from the past the different things we're doing with words, and it's very stimulating to them. Being able to come and even just an activity like a brain game to get their minds going. So
with games like this, as they progress over the course of weeks, I guess Wellness Club members can actually be assessed at the start and maybe further down the program to see, you know, how they are doing in terms of cognition.
Exactly. Totally used as a gauge to see where they're at. You know, and over time, you will see improvement with them because, as you know, repetition is huge, you know, especially with the seniors. So.
That's really great. Thank you for that. We'll be right back with more activities from the Wellness Centre.
As individuals sign up, we will have them take a fitness test. Some of the baseline testing was being done today, flexibility, strength, balance. We'll also do blood pressure. We'll do body fat readings. And then at 3, 6, and 9-month intervals, we will go back and retest to see how well they are doing, probably highlighting some of the fitness center, wellness center members of the month and monitoring their progress so that they can be able to see how beneficial the program is to them.
I'm here with Barbara Linsky, the Executive Director of Hollywood Multipurpose Senior Centre, and she's going to tell us how this great new Wellness Centre got off the ground. Barbara.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, unfortunately, the state of California decided not to sponsor the Alzheimer's daycare resource centers. And as a result, we were left with some very valuable space. We got into some discussions with Partners in Care Foundation and the City of Los Angeles Department of Aging, and they came up with the suggestion that we try a pilot project. And it's always been my dream to have a fitness center here at the Assistance League's Hollywood Senior Center. So with the help of the City of Los Angeles Department of Aging and Partners in Care Foundation, we were able to develop this pilot program called our Wellness Center. And so today is the day we're having the open house and a mini health fair to introduce the Wellness Center to the seniors in our Hollywood community. We have life fitness exercise equipment, but we're also offering the Senior Wellness Club where active older adults can participate in socially engaging activities and evidence-based programs and also use the fitness equipment to advance their healthy lifestyles.
Yeah, it's really amazing. I've been looking today and talking with some of the seniors, and obviously they're very excited to see this really new concept in senior centre programming.
The federal government is looking to support more preventive kind of programs that will help keep seniors healthier and in their own homes for as long as possible. So we're endeavoring to do that and to provide more preventative kind of programs similar to A Matter of Balance, chronic disease self-management, which are some of the programs offered by Partners in Care. We're also looking to encourage more of the baby boomers to get started earlier. So we're looking to have a membership category for 50 to 59-year-olds so that 60 is the new 40 kind of concept, and encourage those folks to get started earlier, as well as accommodating some of the older adults, the 60, the 70, and 85 and up category.
Yeah, I've been, looking around today, and I was really impressed. I just really can't believe the quality of the facilities here and what's on offer. And I really think I'm going to come and join up.
Well,
seriously,
here.
I'm going to come.
I have a paper. We can sign you right up right now.
Absolutely. I really think I'm going to encourage other people I work with. We're just down the road here. What a great place to come. And interact with seniors as well. We can come and do that. Enjoy the companionship of the seniors. Get some exercise. Do some of the cognitive games, this type of thing, and just really be involved in another aspect of this community. So it's a very exciting time, I think, for even us younger baby boomers.
We're trying to do more socially engaging activities to encourage individuals to come in rather than staying home and sitting alone by themselves, but to participate and to enter here to find and be a friend, to share experiences together. And we also have a computer lab right next door where people will be able to get on the internet, and we have computer classes so that they can be more aware of what's out there in the area of technology, in the field of technology. We did some research before we started, and we visited a number of senior centers in Los Angeles County, and we found that the facilities were packed. And so that said to us, there is a need for this kind of programming, and if we build it, they will come. And that was clearly evidenced today. I think we had about 100 people coming to our health fair and open house and trying out the equipment and getting ready to sign up to be a part of the Senior Wellness Center.
I think what's encouraging too, everybody was so excited about it, but it seems whatever their level of income, whether they can afford to pay the full membership or not, they can actually come and take part and use these facilities at a sliding scale rate. So it's just encouraging that it is inclusive of everybody in the community. Yes. That's so great.
We have the great, wonderful support of the Assistance League of Southern California members. This is the founding chapter for Assistance League, and they're very committed to offering these kinds of programs to the low-income individuals in the community. So we have developed a financial assistance program where they will help raise some funds to assist low-income individuals so that everybody will have an opportunity to participate in the Wellness Center, regardless of income.
As always, Barbara, it's a pleasure to be here at Hollywood Centre, always at the forefront of programming. We always know, whatever's newest in the game, then it's going to be happening here at Hollywood. Great friend of the programme. We always appreciate your participation. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you very much for coming and highlighting our Senior Wellness Center.
Thank you.
An emergency can happen at any time.
Earthquake!
That's why you need to be prepared. Put together an emergency kit with food, water, a first aid kit, a flashlight, radio, and some tools.
I can't believe it, it's an earthquake!
You're never too old to prepare.
Ah, get out of there!
Get the message? Be prepared.
Get out of the house!
Moving is so much of who we are. It's easy to take it for granted. Multiple sclerosis stops people from moving. We exist to make sure it doesn't. The National Multiple Sclerosis Society is a collective of passionate individuals united by a common goal to address the challenges of each person whose life is affected by MS. We believe that moving is not just something you can or can't do, but rather is who you are. That if you are alive, you move along with, because of, and in spite of the great big turning world. Join the movement, the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, at nationalmssociety.org.
Hi, this is Carretero Family.
We are from East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights.
You're watching Channel 35, our city, our channel!
Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, June 21st, 2011. We're here in the John Farrow Council Chambers, room 340, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to welcome members of the public who are here today. Thank you for joining us, as well as our city staff here in Chambers. You can follow your City Council in a variety of ways across a variety of media, including here in person in our council chambers, in San Pedro, our council chambers, which remotely broadcast these meetings, our Van Nuys City Council chambers as well, and in both of those places you can testify if that's closer to where you live to save a little time on traffic and pollution. Next, you can also follow us on Channel 35, and we welcome our viewers across Channel 35, LA City View, which is broadcast throughout the cable system in the city of Los Angeles. And if you don't have cable, you're also able to catch us online at our city's homepage, where we have video of these council meetings, live streaming at lacity.org. We archive our past council meetings there as well for your convenience. And also at our city's homepage, you can read our agendas, which are made available 3 days in advance or 1 day in advance for our special meetings. Also, supporting material that is made available to council members is available for your perusal as well, online at lacity.org. Finally, if you can't make it in person, on TV, or watch on the internet, you can always use your telephone and call into our City Council through the following number, 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY, which is a free audio service of the city to be able to listen into our council meetings and any of our committee meetings as well. Past council agendas and items are searchable on our council file index. You can just type in makers of the motion or the subject matter that you're interested in, and all of that paperwork is available for your perusal as well. Again, thank you to the council members who are here on time. Council members Cardenas, Koretz, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, and Zine. With myself, that makes 9 members. We are still awaiting a 10th to constitute 2/3 or 10 members of our 15-member body. Mr. Alarcon is excused to arrive at 10:30, so we don't expect him until then. Ms. Hahn is excused, and Mr. Westerner is excused today. Mr. Koretz is excused to arrive at 11, so that leaves us waiting Mr. Smith and Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Smith and Mr. Krikorian, and Mr. Koretz is here. He arrived an hour early. Thank you, Mr. Koretz. So actually, Mr. Smith, Mr. Krikorian, and Mr. Weezar are all late. If they will please join us as soon as possible so we can begin our meeting, and out of respect to the public who is here waiting. Thank you for your patience while we await those late council members. This is our second quorum call for council members Weezar, Krikorian, and Smith. Please make your way down immediately so we can begin the meeting. Thank you. Thank you. We have 10 members now. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right. Mr. Reyes moves and Mr. Parks seconds. Without objection, those will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions.
Mr. Krikorian moves and Mr. Labange seconds. Without objection, those will be approved as well. Since it is a Tuesday meeting, we do start with the week with a salute to the flag, our Pledge of Allegiance. If I can ask everybody to please rise in council chambers. Mr. Reyes, would you be kind enough to lead us?
Thank you, Council President. It will be my honor. Everybody please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will next run through the agenda. Colleagues, if you can turn your attention to any items that you wish to call special as we go through the items that are calendared for today's meeting. First items, please.
Items 1 through 14 are Department of Building and Safety liens notice for public hearing. The department reports that items 1, 2, 7, 10, 11, and 14 may be received and filed inasmuch as the liens have been paid. Also, there are cards on item number 6.
Okay, let's call 6 special for cards from the public and close the other public hearings. Council members, anybody wishing to call any of the other 1 through 14 special? 1 through 14? If not, we'll move to receive and file those that have been noted by the clerk and vote on the others. Please open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
That is approved. Next items, please.
Items 15 through 24 are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 15 and 16 are commission appointments. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, please. Let's hold the commissioner appointments on the desk, number 15 and 16.
Also, there's a request to continue item 18 for 30 days to July 22nd.
Is there any objection, colleagues, to continuing item 18 till the 22nd? If not, we'll go ahead and do that. Yes, Mr. Parks?
24, we approve both reports.
Okay, we'll move both reports. Mr. Parks on 24. And do we have any other specials, colleagues, on 15 through 24? Seeing none, let's go ahead. We do expect 12 members, so let's hold 17, the ordinance as well, until we have, and 19. That gives us items 20 through 24 as the balance. If we can please open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Let's send 20 and 22 forthwith without objection. Next items, please.
Items 25 through 37 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration. There's a request to continue item 36 1 week to June 28th.
Okay, if there's no objection to consideration, those items are before us. Is there any objection to continue item 36 until the 28th? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and continue that. Do we have cards from the public on any of these items?
Items 30, 31 have card.
Okay, we'll call those special for cards from the public. Close the public hearings on the others. Any other specials 25 through 37? Let's call 25 special as an ordinance. Any other specials 25 through 37? If not, let's go ahead and take up the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, those are approved. Next items, please.
On the supplemental agenda, items 38 through 40 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Okay, we have items 38 through 40. Anybody wishing to call those special?
Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
38, 39.
All righty. Mr. Labange and Mr. Reyes, call those special. And Mr. Cardenas?
40.
Number 40 for Mr. Cardenas. All right, next item, please.
Item 41 is an item for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Okay, if there's no objection to consideration, that is before us. Do we have any card from the public on 41? We do?
Yes, there's a card.
Okay, we'll call that special for card from the public. And Mr. Zine?
Forthwith.
35 what?
Forthwith.
Okay, if there's no objection, let's send 35 forthwith as well. Okay, we'll turn to our commissioner nominations first.
Mr. President, if you would, item 20 forthwith, please.
20 forthwith we sent already, Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Let's go ahead and we'll take up the 2 commission appointments, as is our custom to take those up first. That would be items number 15 and number 16. If we can have item 15 come first. Mr. Eisenberg, if you'd like to come forward to the table, and I'd like to recognize the chair of our Planning and Land Use Management Committee, Mr. Reyes. Thank you for your offering to serve the people of Los Angeles, and recognize Chairman Reyes for opening remarks.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, I had the privilege and honor to meet Mr. Eisenberg for our Plum Committee meeting. And I wanted to ask him if you would just share with us your perspective on your role in the Harbor Commission, and what would you like to see implemented as a commissioner in your time there. Well, and please move the microphone towards you that we can hear you better.
I think if to be successful, or what somebody would like to see, what I would like to see when I leave, is the harbor area right now is economically depressed. So it's suffering from lack of economic feasibility. Right now, it's in need of housing, and it's in need of jobs. So my goal is that when I leave that commission, I'd like to see it financially sustainable. I mean, in a position where people can have a better standard of life, and I think that's what I'm looking for.
In terms of your background, can you just share a little bit about your background and your skill sets and what you bring to the commission?
Sure. My background is I'm an urban redeveloper by trade, with a specialty in historic renovation. So I'm pretty active in the community. I'm the president of the high school, Port of Los Angeles School for International Business and Maritime Studies. I've been engaged in this field for about 30 years, and my primary area is the harbor area, San Pedro, although I do business in Wilmington also.
Well, I want to first thank you for your hard work, your contribution in helping our city. Through these processes, there's always consensus building. There's always many different stakeholders, sometimes conflicting interests. But how we get to a consensus and building up the scenarios you're describing is critical, especially in these next 2 years, as we hope our economy begins to see that uptick. We can start creating those jobs and stimulating the economy, as you've stated. With that, colleagues, I'd like to encourage and I vote, and I welcome you, sir, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Other members wishing to be heard? If not, we will take a vote on your nomination. Again, thank you for your good work and your willingness to serve. They're not easy commissions to serve on, and you certainly will have a lot of work, but we appreciate your volunteer efforts. So with that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, Commissioner Eisenberg. Let's give him a round of applause for our new commissioner. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's take up our second commission nominee, and that is item number 16 for Ms. Cho. If you'd like to come forward. And I know that the chair of our TCT committee is not here, but Mr. Rosendahl serves as well on that committee, and I'd like to recognize him to give some opening remarks. Mr. Rosendahl.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. We had a wonderful discussion, you and I, talking about yourself and your background. For everybody else in the room, tell us about your background and what this commissionship is and what your vision is with it.
Sure. My name's Candace Cho. I have been a resident of Los Angeles for about 15 years. I am a corporate transactional attorney with Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher. My practice focuses on capital markets and mergers and acquisitions. In particular, I've worked on a number of bond and equity financings over the past few years. So.
Very good. And colleagues, I asked her one of the big questions about this stadium business and AEG and all that. And many of you know I've asked a lot of questions. We're getting a lot of answers. The process is ongoing. We're holding a town hall in my district on Monday the 27th in Mar Vista to ask more questions and get more answers. What's your initial sensibilities about this project and how it would work, and what role you see yourself in bringing it forward?
I think that the project and the proposal has the possibility of really being transformational for the city of Los Angeles, but I think it's very important for myself, should I be appointed to the commission, to really take a critical look at the proposal and see what the impact is, in particular to the city's general fund. I think it's very important to understand the environmental impact, and so I think at this point in time, I think what remains to be seen is what the actual deal is that gets negotiated and what the specifics of the deal are. what the specifics of the deal are. As I mentioned to you earlier, I think the devil will be in the details, and that remains to be seen. So, you know.
I appreciate your answer, too. I've been asking a lot of questions, so have a lot of other folks. My bottom line is I don't want to see the general treasury, the basic budget, negatively impacted when we have basic services and we have basic jobs we want to continue. But if it enhances and creates the multiplier effect that is part of the vision, that could be a win-win for all of us. So I look forward to your analysis of it. Like you said, the devil is in the details, and I think you bring with us a sharp brain and also a sharp pencil that can help us. So thank you for stepping forward, and colleagues, I would recommend we support her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. LeBon is our next speaker.
Also on the same committee as Mr. Rosendahl, led by Ms. Hahn. Thank you for your service. It's important that we do try to look at everything in the right way to the future, not just today, but 5, 10, 20 years down the line as we go. Who would have thought that LA Live would have created a dynamic place? Who would have thought that in the 1960s, when universities were running out of centers of cities due to the urban strife, USC reinvested so much money and created a mecca of education and welcomed the world through international students as well. Who would have thought all the work that's being done to get the expo line down there? The one thing I do want to mention with the convention is look at the transit issue with MTA on that expo line. The stops at Pico now, it should be enlarged. That's one of our issues we're dealing with. But I just think it's a great opportunity that Mayor Villaraigosa has given you to serve the city on this very important convention. And it is difficult for us because there's a lot of choices in Southern California, whether it's San Diego or Anaheim or Los Angeles or even some of our regional cities. But with the dynamic changes that are taking place in the central part of the city, you're going to see that as a benefit. And so you're right, it's a very exciting time, and I just wanted to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you very much, Mr. LeBon. Any other members wishing to be heard on this nomination? Well, it's good timing, Ms. Cho. There's a lot of discussion about the convention center coming up, as we've discussed, and thank you as well for your willingness to serve. And let's go ahead and take a vote to make this official. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Congratulations, and thank you as well for your service. All right. Yes, Mr. LeBon.
Our Angelinos brought over a very special governor of Bhutan who's right here. Shihab Tenzin, please stand and be recognized by the City Council, a guest of ours from Bhutan. Thank you.
Our greetings to the people of Bhutan, and thank you for being here very much. We'll go to our general public comment now. Our first speaker is, let's just take a vote on the ordinances now that we have 12 people. Let's go ahead. That would be items 17 and 19 and 25. We can please open the roll on those three, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved on the first reading. Mr. Parks?
Forthwith 17.
Absolutely. Forthwith on 17 without objection. And now it's time for general public comment. This is 2 minutes per speaker, both here and we have some speakers in Van Nuys. We have a clock to help guide your time. And our first speaker is Dr. Clyde Williams. Is Dr. Williams here? All right, we'll wait. I'm sure he's here. He may have stepped out for a moment. Bill Huey is our second speaker for general public comment. This is for items that are not on the agenda today, but nevertheless under the jurisdiction of the city.
Good morning, members of the LA City Council. My name is Bill Huey. I'm president of FairHousingCoalition.com. I have with me today Mrs. Jacobs. She has a property that's been unduly fined by the Los Angeles Housing Department. This property is at 7417 Haskell Avenue, has had 2 code inspections, one in August of 2010 and one in September of 2010. She did not receive any billing for several months. Then she paid the bills, and then the city started sending her late notices. She wrote letters. She's got certified mail receipts. She's reached out to them. They send the notices to the wrong address. For some reason, the LA Housing Department is not able to send them to the correct address. They don't return her calls. They don't return her certified mails. And these late fees keep going up and up for bills that she's already paid. This is really unfair. Here's a woman that runs a decent company. She pays her bills on time. She obeys the law. She pays taxes. And the building we're talking about is only a 9-unit building. It's a low-income building. So it's not that she's running some huge real estate empire. And the city's just giving her a hard time. And there seems to be nobody at LAHD that will sit down with her for a few minutes, look at the bills, see that she paid them on time, put the correct address in the computer for future billing. We'd like someone from the council to help us out in this matter. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hui. Appreciate your comments.
It's in Councilman Cardenas' district.
Mr. Cardenas, okay. We'll see if we can get somebody to come speak to him. Absolutely. If you'll just sit tight, we'll see if we can get somebody to assist you. Daniel Wright is our next speaker, and after that is Phyllis Doherty. Good morning.
Good morning. Daniel Wright on behalf of the Friends of the Southwest Museum. I have general comments about the balance of policy making. Normally, one would applaud a grant of money to an institution of the city. That's always great news, right? Or is it? Is it great news when the very purpose of a grant is to violate the fundamental law of the city? That ought to be no cause for celebration, except among the partisan, the narrow-minded, the genuflecting sycophants who read prepared speeches to keep their job, or students bust in to create an AstroTurf sense of support. For all of those watching on television and who worry that the City Council too often only cares about money and not about basic principles or, heaven forbid, the general plan enacted by a prior City Council, today is a day to watch carefully. What is more important? Long-term vision for this city expressed in laws enacted to protect our city's storied assets and avoid negative environmental impacts on those assets, or short-term gain in the form of a handful of jobs funded by a grant whose price demands that Council toss out its principles, toss out its general plan, toss out the environmental laws of the state, toss out conflict of interest law principles, toss out the open meeting laws. Sometimes our City Council must face hard choices. In the buzz of hysteria that surrounds some issues, it is vital that this Council keep in mind that there could be damage done to long-term goals in the name of only short-term expediency. For those reasons, I hope that this Council balances policy-making carefully.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phyllis Doherty. After Ms. Doherty, is Dr. Williams back? If he is, okay. We'll go to Dr. Williams next.
Good morning, Council. I'm here to thank Daniel Gus for having stopped the bully show at Venice. And if Councilman Rosendahl had anything to do that, certainly we express our appreciation. The bully show, I want you to look at this because this is a culture that teaches our children that having a Rolls Royce and a pit bull with a head so large that an animal control device will not fit around it is the way that we should live. This is what happens at a bully show. It was stopped. It would have been the first one in that part of Los Angeles. Rather than teaching them that licensing and identifying pets and wearing collars for the safety of the animal is the purpose, it teaches them that you put on spikes that are up to 2 inches long. I brought these into the Public Safety Committee as early as 2007. It's never gotten any attention. It crosses all ethnicities, and this is the culture of the subculture of violence and blood that we are condoning when we allow these shows to take place. This is one of the participants. Is this the neighbor that you want living next door to you? And this is the type of people that attend the shows. Councilman Rosendahl, if you had anything to do with stopping this, we appreciate it. Ms. Barnett knew about it. She did not speak out against it. She did not do anything to stop it. They're held for the purpose of breeding. These animals are bred in mass proportions. They're one of the reasons that I opposed increasing the animal limit so that people could have 5 breeding females of this type per property, and it might be next door to any one of you. Councilman Koretz, I would recommend that rather than going after 21 pet stores, with a complete motion that you change that to a resolution and demand that the Department of Animal Services start looking at the pit bull situation, which now constitutes 70% of the animals in our shelter system. If you go to OpposingViews.com, you can read about some of the recent attacks where people had their arms torn off.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Williams as our next speaker. After that, we'll go to Miriam Fogler and Van Nuys.
Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. Northeast LA, what is that? We know where it is. What are we dealing with? 30 years ago, I came to Los Angeles from San Francisco. And what did I find? Well, I didn't find very much in Northeast LA, but I did find the Southwest Museum 30 years ago. Yeah, there were screaming kids. There was a lot of things going on around it. But it was alive. People were there. People remember it. People still remember it. But one generation has lost it because of the Autry closing it down. Now, why do I worry about a building or a collection? Well, it's something like this magnificent hall that we're in right now. If you take all of us away, it's no longer a city council. It's just a building, 340 or 34 this or 34 that. If we were all gone, it would not be alive as it is right now. And we are going to consider several other things. But think of it that the Southwest Museum depends upon the Autry. We recognize that, and we want to work with them. We tried to work with them. But when one side doesn't want to talk to you, the other side can't do much other than come to you. Now, the issue will be, where does the collection go? I spent 15 years of my life in collections in New York City, in San Francisco, in LA. I was an associate for the county museum in paleontology. Why? Because it was of interest to me and it would help people learn. And in Northeast LA, we don't have much to learn from. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Our next speaker is Miriam Fogler and Van Nuys. After that will be Donna Pearman. Good morning.
It's a shame that I have to talk about something that's very personal here at home, because the Autry Museum means a lot to me. To see all the gun collections there, that's a shame that those are going to be gone. I guess that's part of your scheme to get rid of the Second Amendment, because kids don't know what it's about, and the Second Amendment will just be eroded little by little. But on to something here. You did a very, very big chutzpah, and it's unconscionable, and I hope that the court will allow us to vote on these contracts are unreasonable, and they're very difficult. You make them very difficult to pass. Some of the members there, most of them, the majority in our unit, MOU 9, the operators, engineers, 501 didn't get their retirement health care because you people made it difficult to pass it. Now we're going to file for discrimination against seniors, gays, transvestites, transsexuals, gays, all the people, races in the whole city who have been denied their full right to retirement health care with a contribution of 4%. You people have made it very difficult for people to get it. And then you voted for yourselves in the back room and give it to yourselves. Unconscionable, no dignity. It's like you left somebody bleeding on the battlefield, bleeding to death. This is very, very bad what you did. And I'm hoping that people will step in on our behalf and help us to get our retirement health care, our vested. And it doesn't make any sense. 1 minute's vested and not 1 minute it's not. You're illegal. That's illegal. We have a right to pay for it. It's the law. You passed it. Now we're going to use it against you. We have a right to it. You can't deny us. You can't say you have it and say, ha-ha.
Thank you very much. Donna Pearman's our next speaker after Ms. Fogler spoke, and then after that will be Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Yeah.
Yes, hello. Anyway, she forgot to mention children also. Anyway, so many of the unions wanted to pay for the 4% retiree health care, and the taxpayers can't afford the cost, so the city employees have to contribute, and they don't mind that. Yeah, okay. So you should offer the 4% health care, so it would be no problem in passing by itself. 501 was denied that right. You have a good, yeah, by itself. You have a good, kind person, Council Rosendahl, in the council. He wants to have retiree health care. Listen to him. Right now, it's still vested, and it needs to continue to be vested for everyone. You made it difficult to pass. Too many things on the contract. We need to make it simple. 4% health care. No more on the contract. Someone who's been there for 23 years or more should have retiree health care. It's a travesty not to. We are not the city family, but we are work colleagues. We have to get along. We need employees of different unions not to be split apart. This is splitting them apart. City Council, your job is not done until you have 100% participation. What can you offer to get that? You should not have your retiree health care at least until your job is finished. 100% participation. You offer yourself health care. Unions, some unions are denied with nothing. No more. We want to have no more on the contract. Just health care. Why can't we just do that? We need to work with the city council, not like Loeffner living rotten hell for what he did, and Gabby Gifford, God bless her soul, getting shot for reaching out to the public. So what we need to do is
with the ERB and DCR.
Yeah. So you need to get on board and offer no other things on it, just 4% health care, and we'll be done, and then we'll get 100%. It's a no-brainer, folks.
Thank you very much, Donna. Our next speaker is Yvonne Michelle Autry. After that will be Armanak Noorajanian. Good morning.
Good morning, President Garcetti. Nice to see you again. Thank you so much for an opportunity to address the City Council. I'm in the spirit of victory. I'm so glad I did just speak with Mr. Michael Hunt, and the city did lose its appeal. I'm so glad that this gentleman was able to be in receipt of his monies that were legally awarded per Judge Pregerson's judgment. That firstly. Secondly, I'd like to speak on behalf of the Catholic worker and Right to Share Food in their efforts to maintain food available to the homeless people. I do believe that this is a constituency that the city should be responsible for, because it is, I think it is something that the city has actually created in this exercise or experiment in mass manipulation, population control, if you will. And as an alternative, I do believe that Ms. Hahn is aware of TOPA, the Tenants Opportunity to Purchase Act, which could possibly enable these homeless people in the regentrification process, especially under the auspices of Safer Cities Initiative, where they're suffering greater disbursements and just losing their property. Possibly it can enable them to be housed, removing them, from the street so that they're no longer homeless. Again, this was an initiative or project that Attorney Noel Weiss has created. I do believe he's in communication with Ms. Hahn. So again, I do believe that since the city is responsible for the homeless constituency, that the Catholic worker, Right to Share Food, and other churches and organizations should have the opportunity to clean up after nourishing these people in an effort to enable them to help themselves to re-enter society and reestablishing or regaining their life skills and their talents, and hopefully once again being able to implement their degrees. Some of these people have degrees, so I just want to speak on behalf of their right to be nourished until they can re-enter society. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that work. Armanak Noorajanian is our next speaker. After that will be Ankur Patel in Van Nuys. Good morning, Mr. Noorajanian.
Good morning. Good morning, Council Member. Respectable City Council members, dear fellow Angelinos, my name is Armanak Noorajanian, and I am a Texas Penn liberal. As a liberal Democrat and human rights advocate, I ran for the seat of California State Assembly for the next year elections. I promise to raise taxes against wealthy individuals and enrich oil and gasoline selling corporations 50% in order to remedy budget deficit. In California, create more jobs. more jobs with government orders, like subcontractors. I propose to create a California satellite cell phone service for rural and forested areas, territorial waters of California shores. I will create state legislation to control car jams with live satellite surveillance in order to disperse car jams on California freeways. I ask all the progressive and liberal-minded Californian patriots, union members, to support my liberal candidacy with generous donations for my elections campaign by calling my home phone number 323-735-3863 and contributing funds to support the liberal movement. I would appreciate if Los Angeles City Council members buy my 17 paintings that reflect California modern life in order to support Los Angeles art, Los Angeles-based art. I also promise to make same-sex marriage law of the land to uphold civil rights of sexual minorities. As 56% of California voters rejected Proposition 19, with the legalization of harmful narcotic marijuana last November, I will actually call for police officers to close down all those illegal medical marijuana dispensaries that rip off their clients big time and charge gross sums of money and steal profits from legitimate businesses. And I also propose amnesty for law-abiding California ex-convicts and ex-felons after 5 years of legitimate existence. As part of my campaign to fight wasteful spending, narco-mafia, and corruption, I condemn overrated Los Angeles Council member wages of $178,000 and demand cutting those in half. For instance, Council member Bernard Parks hired free field deputies, legislative deputies, and budget deputies who do nothing except wasting taxpayers' money. I demand eliminating those expensive sinecures and give those savings as bonuses to poor city workers. The slogan of American Revolution to us corrupt officials. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Noorjanian. And our last speaker is Ankur Patel, back in Van Nuys. Good morning, Mr. Patel.
Good morning. Politics in Los Angeles. That is a loaded term, isn't it? I was just talking to one of the officers down here, right? Unions play a large role in the politics of Los Angeles. Miriam was going off on that.
My retirement health care because of it.
She lost her retirement health care because of it, is what she's saying. But I was talking to one of the officers down here, and there were a lot of different negotiations going on. Last week, Tuesday, you guys went into closed session for a long time while we were sitting there waiting. There were votes to... The first time that one of those votes happened about increasing the amount of money that they put into their pension, it was a no vote. And I'm hearing this from one of the officers down here. And the second time, he and his group of 12 voted against it. They did not like the deal. They voted against the deal. The second time the vote came up, they weren't informed that there was a vote going on. They didn't even have the opportunity to vote. What is that? The unions need to be differentiated from the union bosses, which are more or less capitalist pigs doing backroom deals, from the workers. The workers aren't the same as these union bosses. And we need to be more exact with our language when we talk about unions. We need to differentiate between those people making decisions on behalf of those that are actually doing work. Yeah. And this applies to a lot of our language, right? Inflation. You could go off on inflation, and that's a meaningless term. War. Now the Obama administration is saying Libya is not a war. But back to the point of unions in Los Angeles, you just got to get the right people in a room, and you can make anything happen in this city.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. That will close our general public comment. I'd like to recognize Mr. Rosendahl for an introduction of some other guests that we have with us as well today. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is a very touching moment for me, and I'd just like to mention it to my colleagues. We have 4 emerging leaders from China here today. And we see a lot of Chinese leadership coming through our great country, 1.3 billion people there. But these are the gay and lesbian folks. And it is not the kind of place over there that is warm and fuzzy about us. I'd like the 4 of them to stand up for a second right now in the second row. Give them a round of applause. Turn around and look at the people, too. And let me just say one line on each of them. It is important to note that being homosexual is now not illegal in China. There's no official recognition, though, of the LGBT organization by the government. This means that everything that gay people do to organize or provide services to the community is illegal. It's not illegal to be gay, but anything associated it is. Sam is the editor of the only lesbian magazine in China. The production and distribution of this magazine is entirely underground. Sam is also involved in many LGBT events in Beijing, where she lives. Iron is from Wuhan in central China and is a key organizer of the Wuhan Rainbow, an LGBT, largely campus-based organization. Her organization is not recognized as an NGO by the government or by the university. Dylan is the coordinator of the Shanghai LGBT and organizes the Shanghai Parade. Parade is not sanctioned by the government and has been shut down in the past. Frankly, I was in Shanghai, a community of about 16 million people, and it's very, very bad. I mean, it takes courage to admit who you are and to stand up for your basic civil and human rights. And then there's Ah Chung, who is from Ganzhou and is the co-founder of the P-Flag China, which is family, parents, and friends of gay people. He also writes a very popular microblog about the LGBT issues that is regularly read by many thousands of people. I want to welcome you to the United States of America, emerging leaders. Thank you for your leadership in China. We look forward to working with you and introducing you to our people in our great country. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and welcome. Good to have you in Los Angeles. I hope it's a good stay. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and move to reconsider item number 20.
Okay. Since we sent that forthwith, we'd have to suspend the rules in order to pull that back from its forthwith status. Let's open the roll on suspension of the rules. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now let's open the roll on reconsideration to 20. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that is now before us, and I think you and Mr. Reyes wanted to move it to your committee, Mr. Kretz. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand that the committee amended item 20 yesterday to request that Rec and Parks and Personnel Departments report back to the Personnel Committee on the status of the Rec and Parks employees who will be displaced as a result of transferring programming at 2 of our centers. So I'd like to ask that that come back to personnel and that we retain those employees, many of whom are pretty long-term, with their current number of part-time hours until that report is received back.
All right. If there's no objection, we'll send that. Mr. Reyes? Sorry.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank Councilor Koretz. In committee yesterday, Councilor Wesson and Councilor LaBonge, we had a discussion regarding how do we look at potential opportunities in other departments so that the folks who are right now vulnerable to these changes in contracts would have an opportunity to be reviewed, given their skill sets, and preserve their ability to maintain employment. So that was the spirit of the discussion. That was the intention of our actions, and we thank Councilor Koretz as chairman of the committee in moving that forward. Thank you.
There's no Mr. Parks?
Let me just ask, could we get I didn't hear the motion, and whether we've had any assessment from the CAO what the financial impact would be on the general fund if we're holding positions that were earmarked to be removed. Could we ask the CAO to come up? And the CLA? Yeah. And this is the positions that were going to be eliminated. They want to hold them, keep paying them while they study them. So we need to find out what the impact is. Here's the answer.
Just going to wait a second for. Let's hold this on the desk for a moment. Okay. Without objection, we'll hold that on the desk for a moment while our city staff has a chance to look at that. If we can go next to item 6, which we have a card for. And I'd like to have Craig Hardwick come forward on item number 6.
Good morning. My name is Craig Hardwick. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Alvarado Smith. I'm here representing J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. Here on a fairly small matter, requesting that $686 of a proposed $2,400 code enforcement fee be waived. The city, this is a property that the bank does not yet own, but the bank will likely become the owner of in the course of completion of foreclosure proceedings. The city had to spend $1,700 cleaning and barricading a property. The bank understands the city needs to be paid for that. But in addition to that, there's a 40% administrative fee, which is somewhat in the nature of a penalty designed to persuade the homeowner to do the work so that the city does not have to. And the bank feels it's a bit unfair for the bank to have to pay the penalty and pay the cost for the bad acts of the bank's borrower. So if the council would consider waiving that 40% administrative fee, the bank would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members wishing to be heard on this item before us? If not, we have the recommendation before us on item number 6. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item would
number
be item
20 on the
30.
desk. So item number 30, is that right? Would be next?
Yes, item 30, call special for cards.
Okay. Let's take up item number 30, and we have somebody from Bertha's Soul Food. If you just tell us what your name is, sir. Thank you. Rod White, thank you. Oh, hey.
Members of the City Council, I come before you today to ask to use your phone because I need to call 911. I need to report a crime of armed robbery and murder of the people of Los Angeles. The armed robbery took place when the finest chefs that the city had to offer were awarded by LAX a contract only to have it stripped away with the weapon of powerful financial lobbying, backroom deals, forced resignations, transfers, and bribery. The murder was perpetrated on the black people of Los Angeles, who have twice burned this city down in their frustration with not being recognized as true partners in this city. Or have we forgotten already? We have never had a real presence in LAX in its 80-year history, either with our soul food cuisine or in a real sense, its construction opportunities, which are enormous. I think they just got awarded $4.3 billion. You can go out there at LAX and look at the modernization, and if you can find me 5 black carpenters, you'll be lucky. But it was a mass murder because the historic selection of the Korean community was also eliminated, as well as the rest of the unique brands that initially won this project. Ergo, the crime was committed against the whole city and the world. This crime has been well documented by various agencies and news media, have been witnesses, and I come before you today to ask that you not be complicit in this crime. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. That will close our public comments on this item. Any members wishing to speak on item number 30? If not, let's go ahead and open the roll on 30. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Excuse me, Mr. President, for the record, for items 29, recommendation number 3 should read to execute the contract with Alaska Airlines. For item number 30, recommendation number 3 should read to execute the concession agreement with CMS Camacho Ventures. And for item number 31, recommendation number 3 should read to execute the concession agreement with DNCTHS MD Food Group.
Okay.
Next item is item 31, called special by Mr. Cardenas.
Okay. We do have a card on number 31. Mr. White, would you like to come forward on item 31 as well?
Yes, sir. I wish I could stand here for 30 minutes. It's difficult to have worked on a project for 2.5 years. SSP, the world leader in food and beverages, put together a package to go to LAX to take us from last place. That's where we rank, according to J.D. Powers and every other independent. We rank last place and have been in food and beverages for years. And here we are, SSP. We bring you the best that the city has to offer. And what do? You turn around and give it right back to the same people that had us in last place. And we're going to stay in last place. Yes, something's wrong. Something's wrong when you win something. And then all of a sudden, because of politics, and who God knows what else was involved, you lose. See, we won the packages 1, 2, and 3 that you're deciding, Delaware North, Host, and Camacho. They were all one package in the beginning. We won the whole package. And then when they turned it around, they split it into 3 packages. Well, I knew then. I said, we're going to lose something. But God knows I never thought in my wildest imaginations that we would lose it all, not get one piece of it. Nothing. Something's wrong here. Every day you turn on the news, you hear something about some dirty deeds going on in City Hall. This person being indicted, that person being indicted. Investigations here by the federal government and what have you. God knows we got to straighten this out, Los Angeles, because if we don't, you're going to see something in this city that probably never seen before, especially with the way the economy is now and the frustration that people have.
Thank you again, sir, for your comments. With that, we'll close the public hearing on item 31. That was called special by cards, not Mr. Cardenas, just for the record to correct. If we can please open the roll on item 31, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Are we ready on item number 20, Mr. Miller, or still holding on desk? Okay. We will then turn next to item 38 and 39. And both of those items came forward from Recreation Parks Commission. So Mr. Labange, as chair of our Arts Parks, would have precedence to open, and it was also called special by Mr. Reyes. Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Good morning, members. I'd like to ask staff from Recreation and Parks, center table, please. Thank you. Mr. Mike Scholl, if you would please center table and just give the council a brief overview.
Yeah, go ahead. Good morning, Mike Shaw with the Department of Recreation and Parks. The matter is in regards to a Proposition 84 grant that the Autry Museum was in receipt of a grant award of over $6 million for interior renovations to the building for exhibit space. The matter, as a matter of procedure, according to the lease, needed to come before the Board of Recreation and Parks Commissioners, in which case the Board of Recreation and Parks took action to approve the improvements as the state required as well on the Proposition 84 grant. So That's essentially the action that the Commission took.
And the Commission took that action. They had a scheduled meeting, and then because of an absence, they had to postpone that meeting. Then they had a special meeting. And what is special about Recreation and Parks Commission is they meet around the city at a variety of recreation centers. And this meeting was on a Friday. And there was some interruption in the internet through transfer from Rec and Parks to ITA. And not everybody was noticed, and this matter was then brought under discussion of the City Council, and many members thought that people didn't get an opportunity to be heard. Our committee, Arts, Parks, and Health and Aging, had 2 meetings, robust meetings of speakers, of a variety of speakers who voiced their concerns, both in support of Recreation and Parks Commission's action and those who opposed the Recreation and Parks Commission action. Members, we had very good hearings on this, and many people had an opportunity to speak. Just what's before you is a grant from the state of California that the Autry went and received. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get any grants in this. It's very competitive statewide. If this is rejected, it goes back in the pool, and it may not even go. It will go to someone else, maybe not in this county. There's 57 other or 58 other counties or whatever the number is that have applications. This is important for Los Angeles, for the Autry National Center in Griffith Park, to have it to enhance, to better project what is the Southwest history and in their work. So I ask that we reject the 245, because if we did 245, what we would do is not discuss it here, but send it back to the Park Commission, which may make the same ruling that they did, only to then possibly miss a deadline when it's not important to miss deadline. It's a great opportunity to do this. And also to those who are here who I know and heard from, I support an effort of most, good to see Scott Wilson right there. I just want to call you out, Scott, because the Northeast Trees are very special. You got deep roots in the community, and so does the Southwest Museum. And I know there's a proposal being circulated by Mr. Huizar and Mr. Reyes, which I seconded, to call for more discussion on the future of what is the existing building and property in the Northeast area. We'll leave that for later discussion, but members, it's real clear to me as a committee chair that after having this discussion and weighing the facts out, the Park Commission did the right thing and they accepted the grant as what is the keeper of the public lands, which Autry has a long-term lease for the land. And included in that also is a letter from the State of California Recreation Department on the grant that the lease issue is not a problem for them, as some has circulated. If there's any questions, colleagues, feel free to ask me. I know we have a lot of work to do, but the work right now is to push this forward so the grant is executed, and then also additional work to bring a future for what may be for the Southwest Museum and its site in historic Highland Park. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Reyes, who called special, and then Mr. Huizar, who's next on the queue. Mr. Reyes.
I'd like to defer to the councilman of the district,
okay.
if you like.
Mr. Huizar and then Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And colleagues, I want to thank you again for moving to Section 245, this item, so that the public is given the right to be heard. Actually, when we heard this item, some new information was brought to us at that council hearing where we weren't made aware of, and it allowed us to discuss those items in committee. Now, the central question here is whether Northeast Los Angeles and the Southwest Museum gets its due airing, its appropriate place in the history of the city. Being that it was one of the first museums in the city, and having collected one of the largest Native American artifacts collections in the country, what the residents of Northeast Los Angeles are asking for is that the Autry, who owns the building, owns the collection, not continue to move forward with their plans at the Griffith Park site, but to pay some attention to the Southwest Museum site. What the residents of Northeast Los Angeles are asking for is a viable museum as it once was, and to not abandon the northeast part of the city. There's been some remarks made that a museum in Northeast Los Angeles is not viable. But one of the reasons we built the Gold Line, and Mr. Reyes worked hard on that, to have a stop at the museum site, was that in the future, as we plan to open the museum, it would be more easy or easier for young people and people throughout the region to visit the site. Now, what's before us today is a grant, as was mentioned, that was given to the Autry for renovations at the Griffith Park site. We believe, when I say we, I say a large number of residents from Northeast Los Angeles believe that what happened was in error. We believe that given the 30-year requirement by the state and given this grant, that is not in hand yet. And given the other number of issues as to larger plans for the Southwest Museum site, other items that granted are not required as part of this process, we're asking the Autry to take into consideration so that they discuss what are the future plans for the Southwest Museum site. I've been in discussions with the Autry, and very good discussions, and I want to thank the Autry for sitting down with me on numerous occasions where they are willing to work with us for the city to acquire the building and have an MOU to have the collection on a rotating basis with the Southwest Museum. And in those discussions, we are moving in a direction where we're looking for an operator to operate the Southwest Museum site. We have spoken to several organizations, and those discussions were ongoing. But what we're asking here to do is to, before we move in any direction, that we complete the discussions about the future of the Southwest Museum site. And part of that is to discuss whether we're going to continue to expand one site of the Autry Museum and abandon the other. I ask that we send this back to committee and that we further discuss holistically and collectively what the future is for both sites and not just one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
Colleagues, this is not the first time that representatives of the Northeast stand up and try to give the Southwest Museum its just due and recognition as the first library in the city of Los Angeles. There were other times, and Councilman Hernandez was then overseeing the area, where you had other cities were suggesting to move the Southwest out of Northeast to a more viable city, to a more desirable place, that it was no longer valued there, that it was now time for it to be mothballed and set aside. And each time we fought back, and each time we were able to maintain a certain priority for the work of Charles Loomis, the first librarian of the city, who built this facility, who lived across the river where his home currently exists. These are the origins of our city, colleagues. We fight hard for our historic preservation. We talk about what's important to our sense of identity, and Southwest Museum is one of those icons. Why we cannot get those that have the wherewithal and the ability to see that value is one of our challenges as a council. Now, I give Gene Autry and the museum all of the credit deserved for doing a great job in Griffith Park. I applaud you. This is not about the Cowboys versus the Indians. It's not that. This is about how we as one city, Mr. Finley, we as one city can create an environment that says that this building is important for all the reasons that we stated in committee. For our kids, for our identity, addressing the 40% dropout rate, a sense of purpose, a sense of identity for the whole city. Why cannot the Southwest Museum be cherished as such? It's something we need to ask and we need to explore. So colleagues, in that spirit, I'd like to, if Councilman Huizar allows me, a friendly amendment that mandates that all future grant and funding applications for any renovation, expansion, or improvements to Autry and its projects include Southwest Museum and Casa Adobe, so that we don't have to go through this every time there is grants and funding from public entities that it benefits the first library in the city of Los Angeles. And that'll be a friendly amendment, sir.
Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas.
I just wanted to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Labange and Councilmember Huizar. It was in these chambers that it was requested by Councilmember Huizar that the public have more opportunity to speak, and it was in fact brought to light that no Brown Act violations had occurred. However, some people who would have liked to have spoken didn't get the kind of notification that they expected. And so this gave us an opportunity as a city and as a legislative body to actually set something right as far as giving people a voice. And it's my understanding, Councilmember Labange, the committee that you chair, you did have open a public comment on this, and you did hear it in your committee, correct? 2 meetings. Thank you. And then also, Councilmember Huizar, that's what he was asking, and I just wanted to say that far too often the press makes it seem like legislators as individuals or legislative bodies don't know how to act, or they don't know how to cooperate, and they don't know how to try to get things done and be fair. As we can see today, it's literally like I'm at a wedding. You got the bride side and the groom side, and people are on opposite sides of this issue, yet at the same time, what we have here is an opportunity to communicate, and that is what has taken place. That is what is taking place, and no legislative body that I'm aware of has ever promised that we would never act on something unless 100% of the public is on one side by the time it's done. So basically, what we've done here is made sure that we do participate democratically, that we do give communities a voice, and at the end of the day, that the majority vote on this body will prevail and that we will move forward. I just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you to Councilmember Labange and Councilmember Huizar for participating appropriately and respectfully in this process. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. The one question I have, Mr. Scholl, this Southwest is not public property.
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Reyes' friendly motion seems, I don't know how that applies to not public property. I just, and you're not a lawyer, so you're a great engineer and planner. Maybe our city attorney could answer.
Before the city attorney speaks, Regina Adams, Executive Officer of Recreation and Parks. I'd just like to clarify a few points for the council. First of all, Ms. Labange, Councilman Labange, you're correct. The Recreation and Parks Board has no authority over the Southwest Museum. That is not part of our lease. Our lease is only with the Autry Museum as far as for the site that they occupy in Griffith Park. Also, for the term of the lease, we do have a letter from the state stating that the term of the lease that we currently have is appropriate for the Autry Museum to be able to access the potential Prop 84 grant funds that they are seeking, which is about $6.6 million. And the authority of our board was within the realm, and legally, and the city attorney can apply to say this as well, was within the purview of our board, which is only for the lease that we have with the Autry under the current conditions. For the amendment that Councilman Reyes has just proposed, we do not see how that can legally be done because that's not part of the part of the lease that we have, and we don't think we have any authority to that. And I'll let the city attorney speak to that.
With respect to the comments that were just made about this is Deputy City Attorney Arletta Maria Brimsey. With respect to the comments about the friendly amendment, I would caution this body not to take that action because it could potentially subject the city to liability as violating the specific terms of the lease that we have with the Autry for the Griffith Park property site. That lease and section Roman numeral 20 requires 20B requires whenever there's a request to do expansion or modification, either internal or external modifications, it requires the written prior consent of the board, and it states that that consent shall not be unreasonably withheld or delayed. The Southwest property has nothing to do with the Griffith Park property. As has been stated repeatedly here, the city does not own the Southwest property. The city does not own the assets of the Southwest Museum. Those are assets and property owned by the Autry. It would, by requiring that any future grant applications or use of the Griffith Park property be tied to the Southwest property, would subject the city to possibly violating the terms of the lease by causing the city to unreasonably withhold or delay its consent. What is before this body today on this 245 motion is the action taken by the Board of Rec and Parks Commissioners on May 20th at a special meeting that was properly noticed, is the board's requirement to provide prior written consent of the requested modifications to the interior of the site at Griffith Park. And the record is clear that the board took proper action, and as has also been stated, that the state is satisfied that the 50-year lease that the city has with the Autry is sufficient to satisfy the land tenure requirements. In fact, our lease in section 21E, Roman number 21E of the lease, states that that in the event that the museum is not then in default hereunder commencing 2 years prior to the scheduled expiration of the term of the lease, the city agrees to consider re-leasing the museum, the lease premises, upon terms and conditions mutually acceptable to the city and museum. And that would be in year 2035. And at such time, the board would have the authority to consider re-leasing the property to the Autry, and this body would have an opportunity to weigh in on that decision as well.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar. And then Mr. Reyes.
On that, just for point of information, I'm going to push my button again because we had all the time by the center table. Thank you.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you very much. I just want to clarify something. I believe Mr. Reyes's motion was an amendment to a motion that we just introduced and not to the action before us. So Mr. Reyes's motion would not in any way hinder the lease or any conditions in the lease. The motion we've submitted today, authored by myself, Mr. Reyes, and Mr. Labange, is that despite what happens today, there is a need for broader discussion as to the future of the Southwest Museum site. So far, it's only been my office from the city side involved in these discussions, but what we are attempting to do is involve all our council offices and other stakeholders in these discussions. And so, as a separate motion that we've submitted today that has nothing to do with the item before us, this motion states that we therefore move that the City Council instruct the CLA to establish and convene a city working group comprised of the Department of Rec and Parks, the CAO, the City Attorney, CD14, CD4, and CD1 to engage in formal discussions with the Autry National Center of the American West, museum experts, stakeholders, and community groups, and 1, develop a long-range plan for the Autry Center at Griffith Park, 2, develop a long-range plan for the Southwest Museum and Casa de Adobe site at Mount Washington, 3, advise as to the status of the lease renewal process between the city and the Autry Center, 4, review the merger agreement and the implementation of its mandates, 5, identify funding sources for renovation and operation of the Southwest Museum, and 6, report to the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee within 60 days on the progress of these discussions. Now, granted, this is a request from the city to convene itself internally and speak with the Autry. The Autry could decide not to even speak with us. But this is, if approved, this motion is a formal request from the city, and should the Autry decide not to engage in these discussions, we are a landlord, and sometimes landlords and tenants get upset with each other. So I'm hoping that in good faith we can move forward. But so far, the Autry has moved in good faith with my office, and hopefully with all these other departments and the council offices, we can move forward on a long-range plan for both the Griffith Site Plan Park and also the Southwest Museum. Now, finally, what is before us is a Section 245 motion and a separate CEQA action that was brought forward from some local residents. Council President, I do have a request I do believe that we have had a public hearing on the Section 245 matter. However, we haven't had a full council public hearing on the CEQA matter, so I don't believe that item is closed, and we should have a public hearing on the CEQA matter, correct?
I'll defer to the city attorney. This was agendized by the clerk as both of them are items for which public hearings have been held. We have 100 and...
There was a public hearing in committee.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
On CEQA. Representative there. On CEQA. We had it.
Point of order. I have the floor, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Mr. City Attorney? Has there been a hearing held on both of them or not?
My understanding is that there was both of these items were in Arts Parks, and there was a full
yesterday.
Okay.
So would that satisfy the public hearing requirement?
Yes, committee public hearing requirements do as a matter of course.
Yeah, we as a full council didn't have the opportunity to hear the CEQA item, and we heard some argument on the Section 245. I think it would help all of us as a council if we did hear the some public comments on the CEQA item. As a matter of fact, it was brought forward by the public, and it would help us if we all hear those arguments and see what that position is. Now, I understand there's over 100 cards that have been submitted. Is that correct?
We have 143 cards submitted by 107 people. We have 87 cards on the against side filled out by 86 people, of which 55 don't wish to speak. We've got 56 on the for. Well, I know there's for and against. Let's put it this way. There's 87 on folks who are, I'm just going to grossly generalize and call them Autry and Southwest Side so people can understand. Autry has 87 cards filled out by 86 people, 55 of which don't wish to speak, so that leaves a balance of 32 speakers who do wish to speak. The Southwest folks have filled out 56 cards by 31 people because it's items 38 and 39, of which 31 people would want to be heard. Those are the statistics. If we did a minute each for both of those with cards that want to speak, that's an hour. If we did 2 minutes, that would be 2 hours. If we did it for both items 38 and 39, giving people the chance to speak on each one separately, we'd be looking at about 3.5 hours.
I would ask colleagues, and I know we've done this in the past for very important items, and this is, believe me, this is a very important item for Northeast Los Angeles. If we give speakers a minute each and with a maximum of half hour in the public hearing, and we've been here much longer at other times for public hearings and public comment. So we could, if I could ask for that courtesy and have reopen the public hearing. I'm doing it on the basis of the CEQA, but if public speakers want to speak on either item, I think it would allow the number of residents who are here today to be heard.
Okay, there's a motion for that. On the motion, does anybody wish to be heard? Yes, Mr. Reyes, second that. On the motion, does anybody wish to be heard? Yes, point of information, Mr. Cardenas.
Yes, Councilmember Weiss, a half hour total, not half hour per side.
Yeah, half hour total and a minute per speaker. So
the first 15 speakers that have submitted on each side. Okay, Mr. Labange on the motion.
Council, no, we had a special meeting for 2 hours yesterday. Considered a lot of things. What we need to do, Jose, is take our jackets off and work to resolve the problem. We hear from the people. We need to take our jackets off and roll up our sleeves. Your deputy was at the meeting yesterday, but you as that district's representative got to get together with me and Mr. Reyes to do something. Because this is what is a proactive matter. How many school buses could park at the Southwest?
Mr. Labange, before we get back into the substance, if we could just speak on
I know, I'm
the
on
motion.
substance now.
Okay. Anybody else on the motion before we vote on the hearing? Mr.
We should give a half an hour.
Yeah, Bill, we had one yesterday.
Yeah, well,
okay?
I'd like to
and you
hear
have
a half
other
an
issues
hour.
that are real important.
If we could have order, please, for a moment. If there's nobody else who wishes to be heard, is there any objection to the hearing? Okay, if not, we'll do 15 minutes for each side. We're going to do the first 15 cards. I will read into the record everybody's name so that will be reflected today. We also have one extra card. We'll make it 31 minutes because we have one person who has general comments. And since that's a unique category, we will hear from them separately. First speaker we have is Dr. Clyde Williams. And he will be followed by Jerry Schneider.
Is this for, okay.
We're going to take 38 and 39 together, so feel free to speak on either one or both of them during that minute.
Either one and both. Okay. Dr. Clyde Williams, El Sereno, Northeast LA. The provisions of the land lease agreement have not been met by Autry for 20 years. Where's the IRS reports? Where are the activity reports? Where are the shop reports? Where's the stuff? Where's the meat? Okay, the land lease agreement. It's a good agreement. It should be enforced, but it isn't. If it's not being enforced here, it's not going to be enforced later. So I'm not just a Southwest people. I'm an LA people. And this is a good museum, could be better. The Southwest is the first museum, though, and it needs to be better, and it can be made better. So I'm for the 245 action to rescind, and I'm against the other one.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Jerry Schneider is next, then Heinrich Kiefer. Good morning.
Honorable Counsel, Jerry Schneider, resident of Mount Washington, and speaking on my behalf. I came here prepared to argue to the Council that we need to get to a compromise, and I really endear the comments and the motion that Councilmember Huizar put. And it's unfortunate the City Council is taking a very narrow view of what the action is relative to the lease. As a landlord and as us, the public, have a trust to preserve the Southwest Museum as well. I know, Councilmember LaBonge, if we got $6.6 million, if we got $6.60, it doesn't matter. We need to balance the public interest. And if we lose the Southwest Museum, if we close the doors, it's not, we can't get back. We need to basically get to yes. And that means approve the Autry proposal to expansion, but put the proper conditions on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Heinrich Kiefer is next. After that is Daniel Wright. Good morning.
Heinrich Kiefer, 33-year resident of Highland Park.
I will get it right one of these days. Kiefer, excuse me.
Kiefer, yes. Also ran a plumbing company for 25 years in Highland Park, a former president with the Chamber of Commerce, served at my neighborhood council, very involved in the community, got involved with the Southwest Museum Coalition in '06. I followed the issue for a long time. I encourage this issue on the appeal to please take that and send that to the Plumb Committee. We need more discussion. I support Councilman Reyes and Councilman Huizar's efforts, and let's take that appeal to the Plumb Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Wright is our next speaker after Mr. Kiefer. Then Nicole Possert will be next.
Daniel Wright on behalf of the Friends of the Southwest Museum. On May 20th, 2011, the Rec and Parks Commission conducted a meeting in violation of the Brown Act, using a faulty agenda description and failing to post the call of the special meeting. Yesterday, a timely cure and correct demand was made upon the Commission to rescind its decision as to the Autry and conduct a proper meeting. Your vote today to veto the Commission's May 20th decision and send it back to require proper notice and compliance with the environmental and conflict of interest laws would eliminate the need for unnecessary and costly Brown Act litigation. Also, with regard to the consent matter that you just discussed, consent can reasonably be withheld, even under the case law cited by Autry, when the purpose of the contract is unlawful. This project seeks to relocate the exhibition halls of the Southwest Museum to Griffith Park. It is a complete violation of the Northeast Plan. I have a handout for distribution on that item if you wish. I am the appellant's representative on the CEQA if you want to hear anything more on the CEQA at a later point.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Nicole Possert is our next speaker.
Good morning. Thank you, Council President Garcetti and Council members. I am here on behalf of the Friends of the Southwest Museum Coalition and the Highland Park Heritage Trust to ask you to send item 39 to the Planning and Land Use Committee that Mr. Reyes chairs, so that a full and proper hearing can be held in a committee in which this matter has more relevance to. There are a lot of issues, including the general plan violations, CEQA violations, that really were not given a fair hearing yesterday, and we would ask you to overturn the committee decision yesterday and send the whole decision back to the Recreation and Parks Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ann Walnum. Ann Walnum. Good morning.
Good morning. Ann Walnum, 755 Crane Boulevard. The real hero today is ex-councilman Mike Hernandez. He had the political will and the long stamina to revive Southwest Museum. After his hard work, Southwest Museum Board of Directors, who in 2003 went over and became Autry Board of Directors, turned down help from the City of Los Angeles, turned down help from the Getty Museum. Along the way, I gave a large amount to Southwest Museum through Councilman Hernandez. Therefore, I became part of the inner sanctum, so to speak, at least among the personnel. I found out that the statistics on local membership that were being circulated were absolutely incorrect. Our local membership in Northeast Los Angeles is more than 10% of Southwest Museum members, in contrast to what was being said that we were only 5%. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Charles Fisher. After that will be Philip Dorsey Iglauer.
Good morning. Charlie Fisher, 140 South Avenue 57 in Highland Park. Lifelong resident of the area, grew up on Mount Washington. Having said that, I will state very plain and simple that the CEQA issue is very clear. This was a discretionary act on the part of the City of Los Angeles because the City of Los Angeles is, in fact, the owner of the land in which the Autry sits. Therefore, as a discretionary act, it does come under CEQA. It is not categorically exempt. It is not a ministerial act. This is why we appealed. This is the main reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Dorsey Iglauer is our next speaker. After that is Anne-Marie Loznia.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I just wanted to take a step back and give my comments in general about this issue. When I look at facing the closing of the Autry, or the Southwest Museum, I'm often reminded of what happened with the red car yesteryear in Los Angeles' history. I'm afraid of what might happen to the red car, what might happen to the Southwest Museum will be the same as what happened to the red car. I mean, think about it. When people in LA lament about why did they get rid of the red car, that was so myopic. Where's the vision of the leadership of Los Angeles? They're going to be saying the same thing about what may happen to the Southwest Museum. So what I would like is to not see what happened to the Southwest Museum in that regard. So that's my basic remarks, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anne-Marie Loznia is our next speaker. After that will be Ruth Maringer.
Good morning. My name is Anne-Marie Wozniak. I reside at 140 South Avenue 57 in Highland Park. I very much support the appeal. This is the first museum of Los Angeles. It is part of the Northeast Plan, and we should uphold it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ruth Maringer.
Hi, my name is Ruth Maringer. I'm 834 Rome Drive, Mount Washington. I simply ask that the council hold Autry's boots to the fire and force the Autry finally to begin to do the right thing for the Southwest Museum. Vote no to the Rec and Parks recommendation. Send the proposal back to the commission to revise the Autry's application for state grant monies. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Kenyon is our next speaker. Mark Kenyon. After Mr. Kenyon will be Roy Payan.
Good morning, council members. My name is Mark Kenyon. I live at 505 West Avenue 44 in Mount Washington. I represent the appellant, or one of the appellants, the Mount Washington Homeowners Alliance. We support the Autry and the merger. We just do not support their bad behavior. We think that the best opportunity to keep this from going to litigation is to have you send the CEQA matter to Plum so that this thing can be unwound in more than just a small morning meeting at Art and Parks. There are a number of CEQA issues, including the 30-year lease. The Rec and Parks misrepresented that. Yes, the state says that they are required to extend the lease by 4 years. The only reason they're not required today is because John Muckby sent them a letter stating that the Rec and Parks had the authority to today say that they don't have to do it. He has not that legal authority. The Autry sits in Griffith Park in a non-conforming conditional use permit and they're required to cure that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Roy Payan is our next speaker. After that is Scott Johnson.
Thank you, council members. Roy Payan, 1004 Montecito Drive, president of the Montecito Heights Improvement Association and a board member of the Royal Seco Neighborhood Council. The collective voice of the community's volunteers that are appear before you are all asking you, Mr. LaBonge, Mr. Weezer, and Mr. Reyes, and council members, they're asking you to consider this appeal be rejected, or the appeal be considered, and to send this back to Plum so that the experts can deal with this. The collective voice of the community is also telling us we want to save the Southwest Museum. We're not against Autry at all. They can continue to thrive and build their museum. We just want some consideration for the Southwest Museum. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Johnson is next. After that is Beverly Bickmore.
Scott Johnson, LA 32 Neighborhood Council Recording Secretary, but speaking for myself as a former member of the community. In 1992, I had a chance to work back east on a program where we talked about endangered species and endangered habitats and endangered places. The person that co-talked with me that workshop in 1991 and 1992 was Mr. Tom Finley, your brother. We gave reverence to the children to understand, to protect our special places. I had a chance in third grade to visit the Southwest Museum. I'd like to welcome Mr. Finley to California. And Mr. Finley, as the new head of the museum, I reach out my hand as a community that you work with us to protect both our...
If you could, sir, if you could please address me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Beverly Bickmore is our next speaker. After Beverly is Jim Kelly. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a former member of both the Autry and the Southwest Museum. The Autry has given me much pleasure with several significant exhibits. I remember especially the one about the Negro Baseball League. The Southwest Museum, with over 300,000 artifacts, has a world-class, best-in-kind collection in its area of the American Indian. Today, we have a David and Goliath situation, rather than the mutually supportive relationship that was hoped for with the merger and the Autry taking over the ownership of the Southwest Museum. It is, at this point in time, you cannot go to the Southwest Museum. School buses cannot drive up there, and class visits have ended. Grandchildren, you see, having the opportunity don't. It is time for the Southwest and the Autry to resolve this situation in a way that preserves the Southwest Museum.
Thank you. Jim Kelly is our next speaker.
My name is Jim Kelly, 1225 North Avenue 63 in Highland Park, and I have been a member of both the Autry and the Southwest Museum, and value them both, and very much miss all the programs that we had at the Southwest Museum through the years that it was operating, and would hope that the Autry would do the right thing and follow through on the promises that were made before the merger and make the Southwest Museum once again a viable opportunity by putting out exhibits there for everyone to see. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker. That was 15 speakers, but we have about 45 seconds left. Roderick Smith, if you'd like to come forward as our last speaker until we go to the other side. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to speak about the uniqueness of this museum. I live in a house designed by the same architect that built the museum. I can hear the flag flapping on the tower from my bedroom window. I've worked in museum design. I've worked as an artist for 20 years. I want to describe this as something comparable to the Getty Center. 100 years ago, Charles Lummis and his architects designed an elevator system to take you to an elevated plane, to another place to experience your perception of your life. Getty did the same thing over with the trolley. This museum stands as one of the great jewels in the crown of Los Angeles. And the experience up there cannot be redesigned. It can't be rebuilt today. It's a unique experience in discovering the qualities of the great contribution that Native Americans have given to us in the past and as a vision to the future. And it's irreplaceable and priceless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're going to turn to the next side, which is Dan Finley is the first speaker. After Mr. Finley will be Amy Scott. And if we could ask folks to please refrain from boos or hisses, applause for either side we encourage. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. I'm Dan Finley, president of the Autry National Center. I want to thank you all for the hearings and the attention that you've given to the approval of our gallery renovation project at Griffith Park. We, too, very much are looking for a solution to the use of the former Southwest Museum building, but that matter is not before you today. We stand ready, ladies and gentlemen, to participate in any hearings that Mr. Labange's committee might hold or any task force that this council may create to try to find a solution that everyone can support. As you know, we have a deadline of July 12th, just 14 working days from today, to have all of our paperwork executed with the state. So I'm asking you and imploring you today to not delay this matter any further. The only outcome of any delay will be the likely, if not probable, loss of $6.6 million for the economy of Los Angeles and the prevailing wage jobs which will be created. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Amy Scott is our next speaker. After Amy Scott will be Ed Casey.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I have been a curator at the Autry for over 10 years, and I can assure you that nobody at the Autry is interested in mothballing the Southwest collection. Quite the opposite. The depth and antiquity of this collection necessitates both the stable environment and the professional attention of conservators, curators, and collection staff that the Autry has brought to it. The Autry is not about closing the Southwest, but opening this collection to a greater Los Angeles. Since its opening in 1988, the Autry has educated and engaged millions with the aim of expanding public awareness, scholarly research, and individual minds. I have never experienced a museum or an institution more devoted to its community, to scholarly ethics, and to responsible stewardship. To limit the Autry's ability to present, interpret, and preserve its collections is to deprive Greater Los Angeles of a tremendous resource and a destination. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed Casey is our next speaker. After that will be Robert Schraff.
Good morning, Council. Ed Casey, legal counsel for the Autry National Center. Very quickly, since we submitted very long letters on all these issues, the first legal issue before you is the issue of the consent under the ground lease. The consent, as your counsel has told you, cannot be unreasonably withheld by matter of contract. Under the law, that means the landlord's consent has to relate to the subject matter of the lease, which is the Griffith Park facility, not the Southwest. On the issue of CEQA, it is exempt, as the city attorney has already opined, because all the work is going to be done inside the building. The city always treats such interior improvement work as exempt under CEQA. And then lastly, in terms of the land use policy that the opponents have cited, please look carefully at the language of that policy. It says that the city shall support the Southwest as a cultural resource. We've submitted to you the Autry's master plan. It talks about their plans and designs to keep it as a cultural center, and we stand ready to talk about that master plan with the community and the task force or the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Schraff is our next speaker. Then is Gregory Hinton.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Schraff, and I've lived at 4844 Eldred Street for more than 20 years, making me a close neighbor to the Southwest Museum. I was a member of the Southwest Museum more than a decade prior to the 2003 merger with the Autry, and I was married there in 1995. I currently serve as president of the Mount Washington Association. I ask that you please make no further efforts to obstruct the award of $6.6 million to the Autry for the education of some 50,000 children that the Autry already hosts each year, including my 9-year-old son, Mount Washington resident Forrest Schraff. I also think communication, community, and consensus are very important. So I ask you to please also consider the Friends' history of corrosive rhetoric and legal threats, a history that goes back some 5 years when you're considering the validity of the Friends' current CEQA allegations. First, the Friends claimed there was a $100 million Enron scale accounting scandal, a fraud personally orchestrated by Jackie Autry and perpetrated by the Autry National Center. Nothing came of these claims. Then the Friends claimed the merger was illegal and therefore null and void, and the Attorney General would come to the rescue. Never happened. Now the Friends are waving their fingers in your face and threatening you with a CEQA lawsuit.
Thank you, sir. Gregory Hinton is our next speaker.
Greetings. My name is Gregory Hinton from Hollywood, California. I am also an independent curator with the Autry, the Out West at the Autry series. I was born in Montana. I've watched Western American museums across the United States. And Los Angeles is very, very fortunate to have the Autry. It's a true leader in public programming. The Buffalo Bill Historical Center in Cody, the Denver Art Museum, the Eiteljorg Museum of American Indians and Western Art in Indianapolis are among many of the fine Western art museums with substantial collections of Native American art. The Autry is properly following suit. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Oder is our next speaker. Sandra Oder. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, ma'am. Did you? Okay, thank you. Robin Hetrick.
My name is Robin Hetrick. I am the Director of Public Programs for the Autry National Center, and my message for you is this. Moving forward with this grant does not preclude the Autry from seeking a positive future for the Southwest Museum site. We can do both. We can continue to look for a partner to help us plan a vibrant future for the Mount Washington site, while at the same time continue to fulfill our mission by preparing exhibitions for the public. Let us not forget who really loses if the Autry loses this grant. 50,000 Los Angeles area school children won't have the opportunity to learn about American Indian culture. The American Indian community will lose an important forum to tell their stories. The entire Los Angeles community, hundreds of thousands of visitors, won't be able to explore an important part of the American story, the American Indian story. And the community will lose $6.6 million in Los Angeles-based job opportunities. There is no reason why we can't use this grant to renovate our galleries while also planning for the future. Let's join together to do both.
Thank you. Joan Cumming. After Joan Cumming is Eric Greenberg. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for letting us speak here this morning. I actually want to speak to the CEQA appeal. There's been some misrepresentation. Actually, there's been quite a bit of misrepresentation about the long-range plans the Autry has for our Griffith Park facility. In the spring of 2010, this Autry staff presented an ambitious plan to our board's planning committee to redo the entire first floor, adding new galleries and rental space. But it's important for everyone to know that the Autry board planning committee totally rejected that plan. It was never instituted, it never went anywhere, and we have no plans for any major projects in the near future. So this grant does not reflect on a phased growth at Griffith Park. The NEF grant is for reinstalling 2 exhibition galleries and Trails West and nothing more. It's not part of a bigger plan. Thank you.
Eric Greenberg is our next speaker. After that is David Burton.
Good morning. My name is Eric Greenberg. I'm Director of Education at the Autry. And my main purpose here is to address and dispel this ongoing and very serious misconception that the Autry has somehow dropped programming in the Highland Park area at the Casa de Adobe, the Southwest Museum area. My department runs a highly regarded and well-received junior docent program at the Casa, a program we run in partnership with the Arroyo Seco Middle School, a program that Councilman Reyes routinely honors and applauds in his certificates of recognition to our students and staff at the end of every school year. On an average, this program brings 1,000 students to the Casa, and in truth, This is about the maximum number of students the CASA building can handle. Its limited parking, poor plumbing, and the fragility of the courtyard adobe bricks limits the amount of use the CASA can endure. Every December, we continue to host the Southwest Museum's longest-running program, Las Posadas, which started in the late 1940s, and which was attended by Mr. Smith, who spoke so eloquently to you earlier. He was at the last Posadas. This grant doesn't limit our opportunities, it expands it. And I hope that you'll side with the Autry. Thank you.
Thank you. David Burton is our next speaker. And after that is Lalenia Lewerk.
Good morning. I was responsible for overseeing and writing the Nature Education Facilities Grant, which is at the center of this hearing today. I've worked very closely with the Office of Grants and Local Services. That's the state agency that administers this grant. I want to reaffirm the record on this 30-year lease issue. The Office of Grants and Local Services did not expect applicants, nor do they expect awardees to extend leases 25 years before they expire. That is why they adopted a stipulation in their grant guidelines to allow applicants to submit a letter from their landlord demonstrating a willingness to extend a lease at the appropriate time. Rec and Parks provided us a letter to that effect, signed by General Manager John Muckrey. The Office of Grants and Local Services has demonstrated to us via a letter from Patty Keating, their chief, dated June 20, that they are satisfied the Autry has met the lease requirement for executing a grant contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Lalenia Lewerk. After that is Luis Alvarado.
Good morning. I'm Lalenia Lewerk with the Autry National Center. I've been involved with the care of the Southwest Museum collection since the merger in 2003. Although the Southwest Museum no longer features exhibits open to the public, there is still very important work going on there. Let me explain why. In 2003, we found that the Southwest Museum collection was in danger because of harmful storage conditions, pest infestations, and building leaks. Artifacts were overcrowded and inaccessible. At the same time, we needed to repair extensive structural damage due to the 1994 Northridge earthquake. This required us to move 230,000 objects out of the main tower, the Caracal Tower. The Autry considered a number of alternatives and decided to use the Southwest Museum exhibition galleries for storing thousands of artifacts during the repair project. We only took galleries offline when we needed to store artifacts coming out of the Caracal Tower. Exhibits and programs continued for as long as possible. There was never a plan to abandon the Southwest Museum. In fact, quite the opposite. The staff are busy there working to preserve the important artifacts so they can be exhibited, researched, accessible to tribes, and available for the education of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Luis Alvarado is our next speaker. You're up. Then after that will be Leon Level. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, my name is Luis Alvarado. I'm better known as the Honorary Mayor of Griffith Park. I am a little disturbed with what I'm hearing today because I think most of us are thinking with our hearts and not with our heads. I believe that right now I am 100% behind the Autry because they have the means in which we can take care of those beautiful pieces of artifacts for the American culture, Native American culture. I believe that the Autry is sitting in a better position than the Southwest Museum. Even if you invested millions of dollars in the Southwest Museum, you would still have an outdated structure or a facility that could not be used for a museum. So I think at this present time and in the future, with the name recognition that the Autry has, I think it's the only place that we should display those beautiful pieces of art. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leon Level. Okay, Maria Teresa Borden.
My name is Tessie Borden, and I am a Mount Washington resident in Mr. Weezar's district, as well as an Autry employee. I believe the Autry has always been committed to the Southwest Museum site, but its vision for it is a mixed-use one. What is that? It is a vibrant cultural center with exhibitions, concerts, performances, educational activities, after-school programs, and access to the entire Highland Park, Mount Washington community. but the Autry needs a partner for this vision. Such plans have revived many other LA historic buildings. For example, Eagle Rock transformed its 1914 Carnegie Library into a successful arts center. I've been to concerts and lectures there. The coalition keeps saying the Southwest can only be a museum. I also believe that the site still has a place in our community, but its role has to change to remain vital. The Autry's vision for the Southwest is an honest and practical one. The community supports it. The Southwest Museum is historic, but it does not have to stay stuck in history. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Bensfield. Good morning.
Morning. My name is Julia Bensfield, and I am an Autry employee and a resident of District 5. My message today is that the Autry has and continues to have a dynamic plan for the Southwest Museum campus. We have a specific vision for the Southwest Museum site originally presented to the public in September 2006. In fact, we've had 2 recent meetings with Nicole Possert and Councilman Huizar about the future use of the site outlined in the letter we sent Mr. Huizar, which you can find in your materials. Less than a month ago, Nicole Possert of the Coalition, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, and representatives from Mr. Huizar's office were given a tour of the Southwest Museum campus. We are a museum. We are not developers. We have never entertained a vision for the Southwest site that is not in keeping with its rich history and mission to serve the public. That is why we have offered to donate the building to a suitable and responsible entity or organization. We plan to partner with them in addition to maintaining at least one gallery and displaying objects elsewhere in the building where appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. That will, we came in about a half a minute over for each side, so it was 15 and a half minutes each side. I'd like to read into the record the names of folks who have taken time out of their day to be here to make sure that that is reflected as well. I think most of these are in the right piles. There may have been occasionally, because there was for and against, some misfiling, so it's probable that these folks are on one side and the next one's on the other, but my apologies if any of them are wrong. Martha Benedict was here on the Southwest, and again, my apologies for summarizing. I know there's plenty of Southwest people who love the Autry, and Autry love the Southwest. I'm just using that for shorthand. Joseph Young, Janet Dodson, Anne-Marie, we heard from Anne-Marie, Olga Hall, Dr. Stanley Moore, Tina Galata Miller, we heard from Dr. Williams, Carmela Gomez, Nancy Wyatt, Bishop and Mrs. William Kruver, Dolores Shattuck, Tina Galata Miller, Olga Hall, Dr. Stanley Moore, Heinrich Kiefer, Lisa Eduardo, Dolores Shattuck, Scott Rubel, Charlie Kemp, excuse me, Michael Kelly, David Diaz, Noe Duran, Jesse Rosas twice, and Michael Wyman. We also had on from the Autry pile here, Dr. Stephen Carr, Richard Mole, Yadhira De Leon, Marilyn Kim, Dr. Catherine Haidt, Simona Cosme Elkin, Bob Weir, Marvin Elkin, Danny Forrest, Tom Lee, Elizabeth Kennedy, Luke Swetland, Federico Jimenez twice, Elizabeth Kennedy, Lisa Eduardo, so these two were misfiled, excuse me, those were in the earlier ones, Nancy McLean, Sandra Odor, as I mentioned before, Leon Level, also Rebecca Menendez, Cecilia Bodorape, excuse me for mispronouncing, Tom Rosenquist, Patricia Calderon, Carrie Manns, P. Brady, Sarah Signorevich, Heike Madsen, Chris Reiner, C. Level, Gary Gordoy, Patrick Frederickson, Nick Maciens, Stephanie Kowalik, Boyd Height, Stacy Byers, Alexandra Chavez, Angela McGrew, Sophie Hunter, Aaron Pruitt, Monica Corpus, No Name, Mackenzie Floyd, Soon Kim, Sarah Bornstein, Brianna Adachi, Kim Walters, Mark Lewis, Garino Canone, Mary O'Hare, Bonnie Youngblood maybe, or Youngdahl, I think so. Abram Edelson, Carolyn Brucken, Gloria Mejia, Joe Bullard, Julia Latane, Joanne Harris, Andrea Rogers, Nathan Badge, Marlene Head, D. Sage Guton, Emery Young, Lonnie Rocchio, Amanda Trees, Vlasta Radan, Chris Bricks, Lillian Posades, Stephen Walsh, Cindy Abrams, Stephen Aaron, Johanna Goldberg, Brendan Barrios, Harriet Newton, and Everett Saradia. One thing you get to know as council president is you learn a lot of different names, so my apologies for butchering anybody. Those are the folks, though, on the record who were here on both sides. Our next speaker from the council is Mr. Krikorian, and I'll recognize him now.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank all the members of the public for coming down and really having a very thorough discussion of this matter. And,
Mr. Krikorian, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I did say there was one card that we had from neither side for general comments, so I do need to make sure we call on that last person. Just they were not for or against, but general comments, so we always do that as a category. My apologies for interrupting. Scott Wilson, if you'd like to come forward. Is Scott still here? I know he was recognized earlier. Okay, I think he may have left.
Tell the people Scott Wilson was the head of Northeast Trees.
Yes, we know and love Scott very much. My apologies, Mr. Krikorian. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. There's a few matters, just for clarity. There's a few matters that are before us. There's some things that aren't before us. First of all, we have item 38, the 245 motion. We have item 39, the CEQA appeal. The motion that Mr. Huizar brought, I think there was a little bit of confusion, is going to be sent to committee. I think, Mr. Huizar, is that right? So that's not going to be voted upon today. So I want to speak to the two issues that are before us. First, the Rule 245 motion, I think, has already achieved some really important objectives. Number one, we've now had an opportunity for tremendous public input on this matter. Over the course of the last month, since the Recs and Parks Commission meeting, there's been extensive and repeated opportunities for public input, and that's a good thing. It's also brought our attention to the email problem that gave rise to some of this, and I hope that we're focusing attention on fixing that so that that situation never arises again. But most importantly, I think thanks to this discussion and Mr. Huizar's motion today, we have an opportunity for a long-term discussion about the future of the Southwest Museum, which I think all of us agree is a treasure of Los Angeles that really needs to be preserved and really needs to be protected. And we will continue to have that dialogue thanks to the motion and thanks to continuing discussion. What's before us today on item 38 is whether or not to uphold the considered judgment of the Recreations and Parks Commission. And I would contend, colleagues, that we have to vote to support that decision. We have over $6 million on the table that's ready for the taking, that many of us, including myself as a member of the legislature, have fought hard for years to get this funding. It's now there for us, and we can't say no to it. We have to focus on what is actually before us. The future of the Southwest Collection is not before us. The future of the museum is not before us. What's before us is whether the Autry ought to be allowed to do these renovations, which will make it eligible for that grant funding. What happens after that with the collection, with the future of the museum, can continue to be a part of the discussion that Mr. Huizar is initiating through his motion. So let's not mix those two issues up. And I'm going to come back to the CEQA issues because I'm out of time, so I'm going to have to push my button again, but that will be a separate topic. What's before us today is whether or not to accept those renovations, which will allow this city to benefit from over $6 million of funding, which we desperately need, which the Autry desperately needs, which the children of Los Angeles desperately need, which we need to invite additional tourism. And no issues relating to the collection are before us on that item. So let's move forward on this. Let's continue to have the discussion about how best to serve the interests of the Southwest, but let's not turn our backs on this much-needed funding in the meantime.
Mr. Koretz is our next speaker. And after Mr. Koretz will be Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably just have to express my concern and confusion about this issue. It's not one that I personally put a lot of focus into. It's not in my district. None of the committees I'm on have really dealt with this. But there are some issues, obviously, that I care about. I want to see the Southwest Museum preserved. I remember fondly trips to the museum as a kid on field trips from school. I want to see those opportunities preserved for kids for many years to come, and not just children, for many folks in the LA area. I think it's important. At the same time, we obviously don't want to blow monies that have been worked hard to achieve over the years. But it seems to me like the Autry hasn't done enough to try and preserve this museum and its collection. So what do we do to try and leverage them into doing the right thing without jeopardizing the money? I don't know if we can refer this back to committee with a timely enough deadline to not jeopardize the money. I don't know what else the logical step is, but I do want to say I want to see the Southwest Museum preserved. I support Mr. Huizar and others on this council that are engaging in those efforts, and I'm still listening to try and figure out what the best path is to get there without doing any damage. And I think that's what the council should be looking to do. I'm not sure if we have an obvious answer.
Mr. Rosendahl.
It's all very interesting, and I just appreciate both Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Koretz's comments. Is it possible for the Autry person to come up and I can ask a question if that's okay on my time?
You can come up to the podium here?
Yeah, come over to the podium. My point is this. Obviously, I support Mr. LaBonge on the $6.6 million. It's a no-brainer. I want to renovate things. I want to make things happen. But why, and I go by that all the time on the 110, why haven't you taken this great, historic, beautiful facility with the artifacts and made that your first object to make that a beautiful spot? I don't understand. Secondly, I actually think you guys are fantastic in what you're doing in Griffin Park. It's a win-win. But why can't we do both? I mean, I want to support Mr. LaBonge. I want to give him the $6.6 million. I think it's great. But why can't you just give us some assurance that that's going to open up and we're going to be able to go through that museum and have a good time, too?
Council member, the Autry certainly shares everyone's admiration for the building. As we look at it, though, from a 21st century museum perspective, it doesn't work.
Can't you make it work?
It will. Any 21st century museum needs appropriate climate controls, securities, seismic protections.
Sure.
While the building is iconic, to make those changes that would make it work and, importantly, fiscally viable as a 21st century museum, we would indeed have to damage much of the very historical significance of the building that we all value. So what we...
Please let him finish.
We can have order, please, in the chambers.
Yes, thank
Please.
you. So the Autry believes that the building has enormous value, and the Autry stands ready to participate as a partner in the future of the building. And that may be with an educational institution, that may be with other arts institutions. Who knows who it may involve, and we stand ready, as you heard, we stand ready to have some exhibitry in the building. But as a functioning museum, in our belief, after thoroughly reviewing it with the best architects in Los Angeles, it doesn't work.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Colleagues, part of our challenge is how do we create environments of cooperation. And there is a study, and it was submitted in committee, where the different experts wrote a report and gave us options of how to bring this museum back to life. It's there, and it shows you how it can be done. But we also have a cover letter from the Autry leadership back then that said it's not viable. And that's where the discord begins. Based on what and by whom? And therein lies a lot of the dissension. We have to get past that. We got to get to another place of cooperation. When we look at how much money we spent on the Griffith Park Observatory, it was because we believe in that iconic structure. How we voted and how we supported the zoo. And we found a very creative way of making sure the zoo is what it is today. That was significant. As a body, we worked together with private entities, with community groups, and my hat goes off to Councilor Labange because we got it done. Each one of us has a structure like that in our respective districts. What stands out to me is that this is the first library in the city of LA. By Charles Lummis, the first librarian in the city of LA. And it merits the kind of effort that reflects that significance of the history. So I have no animosity with the Gene Autry Museum, its leadership. I look to you for guidance. I'm looking for a different conversation on how we can get it done, not why it can't be done, because that's what we need to change. On my amendment, it was based and focused on a motion that will be coming to the table. So it's not to the action of today, just to clarify that. And it is a request to have Recreation and Parks Board and staff notify the council of the district before the application is processed to make sure we are considering the Southwest Museum and Casa Adobe for any future public dollars. So we can find ways to leverage those opportunities so we can realize that goal for the Southwest Museum. So I just want to clear the air. I want to stay positive and constructive in how we see a real future for the Southwest Museum. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next Mr. Krikorian for a second time. Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Labange is for a third, so you're on the second.
Okay. Can I ask the city, someone from the city attorney's office to answer some questions about CEQA, please? Because this is the other issue, item 39, the CEQA appeal. For starters, can you address what categorical exemptions may apply to this project that would exclude it from CEQA consideration entirely?
Well, the staff went through the analysis and articulated Class 1 exemption, which is for minor alterations to existing structures. And I believe the facts and the records support that exemption.
Has it been the practice of the city usually to not apply CEQA consideration to internal renovations, but only renovations that change the footprint of a facility?
I can't speak from personal experience about that, but I can certainly say that there's case law that supports the application of a CEQA exemption for internal modifications.
And did you determine that that was the case with the proposal that was before us today, that the project at the Autry would be internal to the existing footprint?
Yes, I believe the facts support the application of that exemption.
All right. And have you also considered that there's a categorical exemption under CEQA law for parks and recreation centers that include zoos, outdoor museums, arboretums, formal gardens, and similar display areas?
I believe that's a subcategory within the same class of exemption.
Okay.
So that was also considered.
Okay. Colleagues, again, I guess I'm at the risk of repeating myself. What's before us today is not impacts on the Southwest Museum. What's before us today is whether or not these renovations to this facility are subject to CEQA and whether there's a legitimate legal basis for an appeal on CEQA grounds. And, you know, I'm somebody who for many years had to fight in the legislature against those who would try to rescind CEQA, the premier environmental protection law perhaps in the country against those who say that CEQA appeals were being abused for non-environmental purposes. And I would just suggest that in a case like this, where we're talking about internal renovations to a facility that are categorically exempt under the express language of CEQA, that using that vehicle as leverage for another policy purpose is exactly the kind of thing that causes people to question whether we can continue to have CEQA, and I think it puts at risk our commitment to environmental protection that's guaranteed under CEQA. So again, from what we've heard from our city attorney's advice and from the plain reading of the CEQA language, I think that item 39, the CEQA appeal, has to be rejected.
Mr. Labange.
I appreciate everybody in this horseshoe, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Huizar, others who have spoken, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Cardenas. Appreciate the people from Mount Washington who live in the city. A couple Saturdays ago, I was in the neighborhood. I was involved with just feeling your neighborhood. And I know the impacts of any public facility. And I know how it affects the neighborhood. I appreciate the Southwest. I remember as a child, I remember a great visit I had a few years ago when I came there with my wife after we left county, and had a good experience. But that being said, partnership is an opportunity because it takes two things in life to make things happen: water and relationships. Water to cleanse our bodies, to nourish our food, and to build. And with the motions that Mr. Huizar, Mr. Reyes, and I put in, with the motion that I put in, give us a starting point of an opportunity. It's been horrible for me to hear people, and it's been great that Mr. Huizar has come up with this motion to say this is something we want to do. There's an opportunity to try to discuss the future. We don't own these buildings. We don't own. They have a lease. Mr. Scholl, would you come there? They have a lease for property that sits in Griffith Park. We don't own the building at Southwest. Someone who had it before made a decision to merge 2003. It wasn't done in City Hall. So as we go forward, I think there's an opportunity to work together. And there is a lot of air in this room that you could cut. But there's opportunity to try to do things to enhance the historic corridor up the Arroyo. From Heritage Square, which was an abandoned piece of water and power land that saved the homes from Bunker Hill and Palms, your old rail stations out there, and the Methodist Church and other places. Michael, the issue of the CEQA matter, how does it affect recreation of parks, and what's your official stance in reviewing this?
Well, we review every project under CEQA and always take the appropriate actions. We feel take the appropriate actions and make those representations to our Board of Commissioners in every action that they take on a project. Every CEQA action, any CEQA action can always be challenged, but we don't feel that we followed the law.
And the challenges are not merit in your eyes as a professional.
No.
Right. Ms. Adams, as the commission took action, they felt that this was the right thing to do for all that is within accordance. And we got to understand, too, members of the council, the Park Commission has a different governance than other commissions, and they are somewhat independent. Is this correct?
Yes, it is.
So that being said, I ask that we reject the item on the CEQA, support the state grant that was done independent of this city, independent of Recreation and Park, for the good of an existing museum that's there. And also know there's more work we have to do for all museums. Museums are challenged throughout the country right now. And the rejection recently of partnerships of some museums, including our own galleries, we have to find ways to make partnerships in order to maximize the effort. So this is what I feel is the right thing, and I look forward to working with Mr. Huizar and Mr. Reyes and others in the CLA and the creative works of Jerry Miller and others. And I thank all of us today for the opportunity for tomorrow.
Did you wish to speak? Mr. Labange, did you wish for them to speak?
No, I've completed my speaking, and I said I thank all of us today for the opportunity for tomorrow.
Right. Okay,
Because the opportunity tomorrow we could solve this.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to everybody for your patience over many, many weeks, and really for a lot of people, months and years of talking about this. For anybody who believes Los Angeles doesn't have an engaged political or civic culture, look around you. This is a city that does care, does get engaged, does get involved, and clearly is with this issue. I wasn't going to say anything today, but I was kind of moved by what Mr. Rosendahl said, that here we are in a city that so often is talked about that we don't care about anything about except what's the latest and what's new. People mistakenly describe us across the country as a new city when we know ourselves to be a very old pueblo. Sometimes we're excited about spending our monies on something brand new and shiny instead of celebrating what's good and what's old. And on both sides of the aisle today, we have folks who actually have dedicated and do dedicate their lives to telling those stories and to preserving that history. We have folks who believe, I've been to the Autry and loved things that I've seen there, just as folks over here have talked about. Loved the stories of talking about Chinese immigrants that sometimes as we see Westerns, are only portrayed in a certain way, but we get to hear their real stories. I've loved to hear and see the artifacts that remind us not only of our kind of Western settlement, but of the natives that were there before. I remember the first feeling I had when I went to the Southwest Museum as a little kid in elementary school and how exciting it was. I don't even remember what I saw, but I remember being there. There's that kind of specialness of the place that everybody so passionately spoke about. But I think instead of pointing fingers about who's failed, I think we as a city have to collectively realize that while what Mr. Rosendahl said is right, we want leverage, and that's what I hear. People want leverage, so that's why maybe the money needs to be held up. But nobody wants to hold up the money for celebrating something good and old. Maybe some people would, but people fear that if we don't hold this up, we'll all lose the leverage and they'll just continue to go on doing what we don't like. And so there's been a failure, and it's not good enough for me as an Angelino, and I love the Autry, to hear that it's a space that won't work. And it's not on the Autry necessarily by themselves to make that work. It's on all of us. So let me take on the collective failure of ourselves here to not make the Southwest Museum something better than what it is right now. The Autry is doing some things to try that, but it's very difficult. It's difficult to sustain it. But this is a city of immense wealth. It is a city of intense artistic focus, probably the creative capital of the world right here. We have new museums opening up downtown, in Beverly Hills, reopening along in Malibu, and yet all of us have failed to find the resources to make something viable. It won't, of course, be a 21st century museum, but it will be a preservation of something very unique here. So I think for all of us, we can't accept this failure. I, too, don't want to see that money not move on. And as I look, I know folks over here much better than I know folks at the Autry, though I know some folks at the Autry quite well. I've worked with you closely. I've been proud to represent the Northeast Los Angeles. I've been with Mr. Reyes and Mr. Huizar on a number of motions as kind of a third Northeast Council member. And Mr. Labange is a Northeast Council member. I'm actually between the two districts where this resides. But today, I think, as Mr. Krikorian has also pointed out, the CEQA piece doesn't sit well with me. It's not a great precedent for us to reject on that. But I also don't want to give up that leverage, because part of that leverage is with the Autry and asking you to continue to engage, and part of that leverage is with ourselves. Don't let us off the hook, because while Mr. Huizar has tried to do that, he can't do it alone. While Mr. Reyes has joined him, they can't do that, just the two of them together. We need to find the resources to make this a place that works again. And Southwest Museum is not working right now. That is the problem. So I appreciate these motions are the beginning, but don't let these motions go away. Don't let them be kind of a, one more City Hall discussion where people make empty promises. Let us really pick up the phones ourselves, and I'll pledge to do this as well, and reach out to those people who do have resources so we can get the Autry. Maybe we can turn your mind a little bit to think, well, maybe this is workable. I understand that it's not financially viable as you have it right now and with the resources that you are limited by, but we are a powerful body. We are a powerful city, and we should be proud of both of these assets that we have. It breaks my heart to see this split, because I know when I hear somebody saying, I've been a longtime member of the Autry, or somebody saying, I love the Southwest Museum site, we can and we must do better.
Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I think when I stepped into this and I was elected as a council member for the 14th Council District, the Human Relations Commission was involved in trying to come up with some agreement between the Northeast community and the Autry in terms of the future of the Southwest Museum. And a couple of years later, there was a proposal between the Board of Referred Powers for a proposal by the Autry to expand their site at the Griffith Park site. At that time, I asked the Board of Referred Powers not to grant the expansion because I felt that I was not allowed, or I was not given, or the community was not given in writing something that is legally binding, several promises that had been made. I made the comparison that we had walked up to an altar and that one of the parties had asked for a prenuptial agreement and the other party did not want to give the prenuptial agreement, so therefore the wedding was off. I do believe that the wedding has been off and that there's a lot of mistrust, there's a lot of bad history between the two parties now. And hopefully as we move forward, we go to the table and discuss these items now in good faith, and we decide that although we're not going to get married, as we were at that Board of Referred Powers meeting, that we at least decide to sit down together and think about how we move forward. What has happened in the last couple of years since that is that we have made a lot of progress. In the discussions that we've had, there was one final element that I thought was needed in order to move forward to make the Southwest Museum viable, and that was an operator that would be willing to step up to the plate and operate the Southwest Museum. We had identified potential funding to renovate the buildings. We had identified or agreed with the Autry National Center that they would deed the building to the City of Los Angeles. So a lot of things were in place. But once the Northeast community saw that this item was moving forward, I think what's happened is the distrust that exists says, wait a minute, don't move forward because we're still working on these other things. No matter what happens here today, I hope that we do sit down with not only my office but the rest of the city to come up with a plan that can work for the Southwest Museum. It deserves that. Mr. Reyes touched on this quite a bit. A lot of the speakers did as well, that the history of Northeast LA, Charles Lummis and his vision and what he knew Los Angeles would become is embedded in the Southwest Museum, and we should never forget that. The diversity we speak about today, the cultural appreciation of cultures other than our own, this is stuff that Charles Lummis had the foresight to talk about. So while we don't want to be stuck in the past, we should never forget our past because it is also part of our future, and we should never forget the Southwest Museum. The Autry National Center and the residents of Northeast Los Angeles have a different vision about how we could and want to move forward. I do believe we have irreconcilable differences now, but the least we can do is to sit down and say, fine, the Autry National Center wants to focus on the Griffith Park site, but how can they help the local community and the City of Los Angeles to make the Southwest Museum viable again? I think that's the direction that we are going in. But colleagues, I do ask that as we move forward, there's a Section 245 motion here, that we send this back to Commission, that we continue ironing out how we're moving forward. Otherwise, we have this motion that will give a broader discussion for us to move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Just to close, as Arts and Parks, I hope you support the committee report with a thorough hearing and today and reject the 245 and support Mike Scholl in his review from Recreation and Parks that CEQA is not required. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, that's the last speaker. We have items 38 and 39. The City Attorney's recommended we take up 39 first, which is the appeal on CEQA. The committee report had the City Attorney recommendation to reject, correct? Sorry, to deny the appeal, not to reject, to deny the appeal. So a yes vote is to deny the appeal, which is what the committee did. A no vote would be to overturn the committee report or to vote against that.
Deny the appeal. A yes vote would deny the appeal.
Correct. Okay. Everybody clear? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. That passes. Okay. We'll record Mr. Huizar as an additional no on that. And then we have item 38, which is before us. I said that we'll make sure that Mr. Huizar is a no vote on number 39. On item 38, we have the committee report and Mr. City Attorney, the legal ramifications of that, or Madam Clerk? either one?
The committee report is to sustain the Board of Recreation and Park Commissioners' action of May 20th, 2011.
Okay. All right, please open the roll. Yes, Mr. Weezer?
I want to clarify this. Number 38, which is the Section 245, the committee voted to
sustain the action.
To sustain the action
of the Board
by
of
the
Commissioners.
commission.
Yeah.
So a yes vote here would signify what? To sustain the committee's.
Sustain the commission.
And does this require 10 votes or 8 votes as required under Section 245?
Sustain the commission's action only requires 8 votes. If council were to move to veto the action, that would take 10 votes for a veto.
Okay, but assuming we get 8, I'm not sure if we will, the item would be over, and that does not give us an opportunity to do a substitute motion for 10 votes to sustain.
A member could make a substitute motion any time before they vote on the report that's before them.
So if anybody, it would have to happen now, if anybody was making a substitute motion.
Committee to try to do what you want to do, Jose. Try to work this out and make partnerships and see a life in the Southwest, in Highland Park. Okay. That's what the motion
And if we were to do a, if we were to vote on the point of order, point of information, if we were to vote and it does get 8 votes, the item is closed. In order to vote again on the Section 245 to see if we could get the 10 votes, do we have time again? Would I have to bring in a separate motion? Procedurally, what should we do?
If a council member would like to, theoretically speaking, veto this matter, have this matter vetoed, he or she would have to introduce a motion to substitute in place of the Arts Parks report, and that would have to be done now.
So to answer Mr. Weezar's question, could there, I believe, Mr. Weezar, you're asking, could there be a second 245ing, or is that only a one-time? Once the 245 has been asserted that you uphold that, can somebody still assert a 245 again in the time limit?
No, today is the last day for
So with the
council
time elapsing, we wouldn't have, even if that were permissible, there wouldn't be no time to do so, Mr. Weezar.
And let's start with my first question, because if there are 8 votes to, if there are not 8 votes to sustain the committee report, where would that leave us?
If there are
no
less
substitute motion.
If there are less than 8 votes on the committee report, the matter would stay on the desk. But because today's the last day,
So I could then put in a substitute motion then.
if I were you, I'd make the substitute motion now.
Yeah, okay. But what if we vote for 8? What if we vote on
And
the
there's
committee
fewer than 8
report,
votes?
And there does not get enough, does not get 8 votes? Where does that leave us? Because we don't achieve the goal of a Section 245, but yet the committee report, we turn that down, so it doesn't leave us any.
If I could make a ruling from the chair, and Mr. City Attorney, tell me if you see any impediments to this. I think it would, you would have the rest of the meeting certainly to reconsider and to add a substitute motion during that time. Okay. All right. So yes vote is to agree with the committee to uphold the action of the Board of Commissioners. A no vote is to not. Okay. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay. That is approved. Just as one final coda to this, we will very publicly communicate with everybody that's here the motions that have been introduced by Mr. Reyes and Weezar and Mr. Labange, again, to make that a public conversation, and for us, hopefully, to do some work ahead of time as a council and as council members at identifying what sort of resources we can bring to the table on that conversation as well. Okay? All right. Without objection, we'll send those forthwith. Next item, please. Thank you again to everybody for your patience today. Yes, Mr.
Staff
Yes,
said they
19.
hadn't done that.
Sorry, 19 forthwith as well, without objection. Sorry about that, Mr. Rosenwald. Next, we have item number 40. Is that correct? All right. We have item number 40 before us, and that was called special by Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas? Item number 40, which you called special. Number 40 is before us, and you've called that special, so. Would you like? I'm recognizing you for calling it special.
I thought they were going to 20. Thank you, Mr. President. I thought we were going to item 20 first, but here we are. This matter that's before us, members and members of the public, has to do with the photo red light camera program that in the city of Los Angeles exists in 32 intersections. And the first thing that I'd like to point out is, first of all, could we have the, is it Chief or Commander? Chief, could you please come forward, as I have some questions for the department. Thank you. It has come to my attention prior to this photo red light camera matter that the #1 fatal collision when it comes to people being involved in a car accident is a 90-degree car accident. That's a very technical way of saying when people run a red light or when people have a collision in an intersection. I'd like to ask the Chief, is a intersection collision, where does it rank when it comes to fatalities and or the most dangerous accident to passengers, et cetera, and vehicles? Is it at the top of the list? Is it just an average? Where does that lie?
Yeah, it is at the top of the list, but in terms of the last 12 months, I think we can give you some more current statistics if you like. So I'm going to have Sergeant McWillie address that. Sergeant McWillie, I'm the photo red light coordinator.
Well, my question isn't specifically to red light cameras or photo red light operation. My question is to intersection collisions. Where do they rank when it comes to most dangerous versus not so dangerous when it comes to collisions and fatalities, et cetera?
Well, in the city of Los Angeles, red light is the leading cause of traffic collisions here in the city. There's approximately 5 of them, red light being #1, speed being #2, left turn violations, #3, pedestrian violations, #4, and DUI-related traffic collisions, #5. So red light-related traffic collisions is at the top of the list.
So red light traffic collisions, or when people violate a red light and get into a collision, that's even higher ranking as far as the number of fatalities as a DUI collisions?
Yes, sir.
Wow. You learn something new every day. Which comes to my main point, ladies and gentlemen. The reason why I believe that we should continue to have a month-to-month contract on the photo red light program on these 32 intersections in the city of Los Angeles is because it's about public safety first. That's my concern. And it's really important for us to understand that fatal collisions tend to take innocent lives. And if you look at the statistics, more often than not, we have children who lose their lives. Not the driver of a vehicle, but children lose their lives. So we're talking about in some collisions, on a red light collision, an entire family can be lost because somebody ran a red light. And it's my understanding, and if the department can point out, please, have we seen an improvement on these 32 intersections since we've had the photo red light program in these 32 intersections?
Since we've had the program, there's been 183,000 cites issued, and there's been a 62% decrease in red light traffic collisions with no significant increase in rear-end collisions. There's been a 22% decrease in red light collisions at non-photo red light intersections and a 10% decrease of citywide collisions over that same period.
Okay, so we have seen an improvement on these intersections.
Yes.
Okay. It's one of the arguments that some people are saying we should scrap this program in the city of Los Angeles is because it's actually costing the city money. And the fact of the matter is, what efforts to improve public safety emanating out of the police department do not cost the city money?
Public safety is an expensive proposition.
What is our most expensive department when it comes to the general fund of the City of Los Angeles? I think we all know that answer. Bar none, it is the police department. And the police department's #1 responsibility is public safety. So I'm a little bit baffled when I'm hearing that we should scrap a program that actually has improved saving lives and preserving life in the City of Los Angeles in these 32 intersections, that we should scrap it because the program, as of yesterday, was not cost neutral. When it comes to the last 12 months that has been verified about the cost, income, and cost expenditures in the last 12 months that have been verified, what is the disparity in cost between how much money revenue comes to the city and how much general fund money is actually being expended over and above that?
Well, I think on average we're losing about $1.5 million.
That was on average from inception. Has that closed the gap a bit?
Today,
recently?
it's the average today in terms of that. I think the concern was the recognition that it was a voluntary pay program, and that today approximately 62% of the citations are paid. However, there's no teeth in that citation issuance.
Which brings me to another point. Though that lack of teeth, isn't it the case that the state legislature can actually put teeth back into the enforcement of this, which would go beyond 60-some% if, in fact, the legislature would require the courts and the DMV to cooperate with us, local governments around the state?
I suppose that's possible, yes.
But it takes legislative remedy, from my understanding. And if you're not qualified to answer that question, please let me know.
No, it does. However, what we understand is that the legislation is going the other way to further dilute and diminish the enforcement capability.
Okay. But having been a former legislator myself, in the legislature in California, any piece of legislation can be enacted on any given day with a simple majority vote, and we could see a piece of legislation enacted today, literally, actually to the governor's desk by tomorrow. So that ability does exist, but my main point to you, sir, is it does require legislative remedy for us to close those loopholes and actually solidify our ability to enforce this at a higher percentage, correct?
True.
Okay. Thank you. My time having expired, I'll push my button again, Mr. President.
Thank you. Sorry. You're waiting for...
No, I said I'll push my button.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are so many different arguments I think one could use against this, but I think I'll limit it to 10 in David Letterman style. So my top 10 reasons to oppose red light cameras. Number one, the Police Commission voted unanimously to end the contract. We can't use a 245 motion, but we're finding an iffy way to dance around their disapproval. I believe this is undermining the Commission and setting a bad precedent. Number two, the majority of red light camera tickets are for rolling right turns, which are not a serious accident danger, but they are a revenue-generating source. The original contract had no cost to us and generated revenue with each ticket. Well, changes in the law now cost us millions of dollars while we have huge annual shortfalls. And other cases have not changed California law. Now, the high cost still might be worth considering if it provided greater safety, but number four, the controller's audit shows that there is no benefit to public safety. Many other cities have studied this issue and have come to the same conclusion. Number five, on the benefit to public safety, it's been shown that adding yellow and red light timing can achieve the same thing. In Loma Linda, where they had red light cameras, they added 1 second of yellow to the red light camera intersections. 92% of the violations were eliminated, which showed that it was the timing that created the safety and not the red light cameras. Number six, the contractor is an Arizona headquartered company. Does the Arizona boycott mean anything to us, or are we still all talk and no action on this issue? Number seven, the controller's audit shows that some of our most dangerous intersections are not included in the red light program. Number eight, the Superior Court is queasy about issuing robot-issued tickets. They're not issuing warrants or driver's license holds. And with toothless support, many of our red light camera tickets go unpaid. Number 9, the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. The neighborhood councils, which are our advisory committees, voted unanimously to support the police commission to urge the city to support the police commission and to urge the council not to override them on this issue. And number 10, SB 29 would propose to have the city take on additional costs and take over some of the functions that contractors currently do, making these even more expensive. There are many other reasons, but with just all cost and no safety, there's no value in continuing this red light camera program, and I ask that you uphold the police commission and eliminate it.
Thank you. Ms. Perry.
A couple of quick questions. I'm very interested in, well, let me state first that I represent South Los Angeles, and that includes 77th and a bit of Southeast, a bit of Southwest, and the Newton Division, and some of Central goes into South LA. And I know that some of you are quite familiar with the high level of pedestrian accidents we have and car-to-car fatalities that we have, people blowing through intersections. And we do have some red lights in the district. I know one in particular, Broadway and Vernon, that has caused people to truly modify their behavior when they approach that intersection. So I'm interested in safety first and seeing if we can work through this and work this out in some way. And I just want to note that I did read the report on the Houston experience when the red light cameras were pulled out. It was very alarming to me because I think it jumped, the rate of accidents jumped up about 137% once the red light cameras were pulled out. And then I also wanted to note that the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I'm not sure where this resolution is at this point, but I think that they are moving forward on a resolution to support red light cameras. So given all that and looking at this nationally, somebody talked to me, I'm not sure who the right person is on this staff, in the middle table, but about what we can do if we continue this contract and correct the collections process and increase the amount of collections. Do we have to work with the LA County court system? Do we have other options like the Franchise Tax Board? Can we be innovative and creative in coming up with a solution to this rather than dumping the whole thing and, in my opinion, putting people at risk? Not everybody has the same statistics that we have in South Los Angeles, but this is the area that I represent. I have to be mindful of that. And we don't have enough traffic officers to be everywhere that they need to be. These cameras have helped and do help us. I think my time's up. So, questions about logistics and implementation and collections, and what are our options to correct this collections issue?
Yeah, the collection rate is an issue. The first year that after the cites are issued, 37% are paid, and then years after that, 38% are paid, for a total of 61%. And this was written in the report and articulated to the Police Commission. We, as a department, we approached the court and asked to put teeth into this so that we had some remedy, so that there was a consequence for this. But that was denied. That was met with no agreement. And so I believe the Councilman's correct with the idea of legislation. But what I'd like to do is pass it over to Mr. Teefank to talk about that issue, because that was one of the major issues that the Commission had in disapproving our report.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, members. Richard Teefank, Executive Director of the Board of Police Commissioners. Chief Downing is correct, ma'am. The operative section is 40509, parenthesis C, parenthesis 1 of the Vehicle Code. And that section basically says when a photo red light citation is issued to an individual, if the individual does not appear in court or does not pay the fine, that the court may refer to the department, and the department, meaning DMV, a hold on the person who was issued the citation, which generally is the registered owner of the vehicle, the renewal of their driver's license until that citation is adjudicated. Either the fine is paid, they go to court, and they're found not guilty. So what we have in Los Angeles County is the Superior Court judges, after the leadership of the court was approached by the department and several discussions took place, the court has made the decision they will not refer those citations to DMV for a hold on one's renewal of a driver's license. So the commission had, based on that information, which came to them originally in the department's response to the controller's audit, and then again in the staff report that came forward to award a new contract, the commission basically viewed the program as a voluntary pay program at the current time in Los Angeles County. Different from Ventura County, San Bernardino County, San Diego County, Riverside County, if you receive a photo red light citation in one of those counties, you fail to pay it, or you fail to appear to have it adjudicated, that citation will then be forwarded to the Department of Motor Vehicles, and a hold will be placed on your driver's license until you come up for renewal of your driver's license, and then you either must pay the fine or have the ticket adjudicated. So at the end of the day, the board saw that as a voluntary pay program. Now, this affects all 24 cities in Los Angeles County that have a photo red light program, just not the city of LA. The cure to this is a legislative cure, and that would be to get legislation to amend 40509 subsection C subsection 1 to take the may out and make it shall, and then the court would not have that jurisdiction to be able to make that discretionary. That's the key issue we're speaking to.
All right, has anyone offered to take that cause up and prepare a motion to ask the state legislature to do that?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, and then the second, Mr. President, I think I'm out of time, so I'm willing to press my button again.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Zion is our next speaker.
Thank you. I spent over 40 years with the LAPD. 3 as a motorcycle officer, 15 as a motorcycle supervisor. And I'm concerned about fatalities. I've made many death notifications and death investigations. What rule do we have in the city of Los Angeles where you have a voluntary fine, where you decide to pay or not to pay? Are there any fines that we have, or any ordinances, or any type of violation where the individual can choose, I'm going to pay or I'm not going to pay? Is this the only one we have in the books in the city of Los Angeles?
It's the only one I'm aware of.
And Chief, you've been on the job over 30 years?
29.
Over 20?
29.
Well, I used to work for your dad. In your experience, have you ever heard of a situation where an individual could pay a fine if they wished or not pay a fine?
Photo red light.
Photo red light, it's the only one.
Yes.
Does it go on someone's insurance if they go through and get cited by photo red light?
No.
So the insurance is not impacted. If an officer stops an individual and writes them a citation, is there going to be a fine or a court appearance mandatory?
Absolutely.
Do they have an option? I'm not going to pay, I'm not going to do anything, and just let it float in the wind?
No option.
There'll be consequences. Either a warrant for their arrest, license will be held, DMV will be notified, and insurance will be notified. So we have some teeth to the law. My concern with photo red light in the city of Los Angeles is not the police department's done anything wrong, but the courts, in their infinite wisdom, decided not to use the tools to hold people responsible. And as more and more people learn this, and we have a number of cameras here, and there's been a number of news reports on it, as more and more people learn this, there'll be fewer and fewer people paying that nearly $500 fine. That's the concern I have with this. We need to be honest with the motoring public, and the courts need to recognize they're either going to have teeth to the law or not have teeth to the law. How long has 40509 been in existence where it's a may versus shall? How long has that been in existence?
I can't tell you specifically, Councilman, but the ordinance was, the state law was amended in January of 2008 and also became law in January of 1999. So I don't know if it was in the original law of 1999 or amended in 2008. My sense is it was in the original law of 1999.
So, Sergeant McWillie, in your experience as the coordinator for the city of Los Angeles in this program, was there ever a time when the courts would utilize the resources of DMV, the resources of putting it on someone's record, if they didn't appear or if they were found guilty of going through a red light on photo red light?
Yes, that's pretty much on every moving violation except for a photo red light citation.
Has it always been that way in the city of LA since we've had the program?
No, there was a change. Initially, when the program started in 2000, the California Vehicle Code read differently, and at that particular time, 21455.5 had things based on a per paid citation basis. But because of the community uproar, the state legislature decided to change things from a per paid citation basis to paying a flat fee at an intersection per month. So in 2004, the California legislature amended 21455.5.
So for the last 7 years, people who've been cited at photo red light, if they don't pay, there's no consequences.
That's correct.
That's because of the wisdom of the state legislature and the wisdom of the courts.
Yes, sir.
But the problem I have is we're bluffing people. We're not being honest with people. And it really does, I think, a disservice to the officers, to the system, where you have this voluntary situation, I'm going to pay or I'm not going to pay, and there's no impact on insurance. You have a negligent operator the DMV does not know about. We're actually letting negligent operators drive on the road because there's no follow-up. And if there's no follow-up to the system, I think the system has to either correct itself or we stop the system until it can be corrected. Or we could put dummy cameras all over the place if we think the fear factor is there. But more and more people are going to realize it does not affect my insurance, it does not affect my driver's license, and I don't have to pay it. So we're bullying people. I don't think we should be bullying people. And when I went to the police academy in 1968, you either have it or you don't have it. You either have a charge or you don't have a charge. This particular situation, I find, is counterproductive to law enforcement and counterproductive to honesty in government. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian is our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Zine just touched upon a few points that might suggest that there could be a decline in revenues as people become more aware of these facts, and that our anticipated revenue might actually be decreasing. In addition, there is a serious possibility of an increase of cost that hasn't been taken into account because of the pendency of SB 29, a bill that passed the state Senate by a vote of 36-0 and is now pending in the Assembly, which would require additional signage, require findings of facts, and a number of other impositions on the costs that local government has to endure. That would it not, add potential costs to this program if that bill were to pass?
With SB 29, there's basically three or four areas that would definitely impact the program. The proposed legislative changes where they would want signs posted within 200 feet of photo red light intersections. We already have that. They want a traffic study done to justify that there's a need to have a photo red light program. We've already done that. They wanted to do away with snitch tickets. Snitch tickets are things that other photo red light contractors do to try to get people to pay for their photo red light citation when you have grainy photographs. Our department doesn't use that particular system. And then lastly, overall, SB 29 is meant to improve when a photo red light, somebody receives a photo red light citation, on the notice to appear that there's a telephone number in which they can contact the officer.
All I'm really asking about is the potential for increased costs, not the nuances of the bill. So if I may, yes. Mr. President, I'm sorry that I now have run out of time. But my point with this is in response to Mr. Cardenas's initial statement about cost versus public safety. And obviously I think none of us feel that decisions about public safety should be based entirely on cost. But inevitably, every decision that we make about public safety has to take cost into consideration, because it's not just whether this program costs a certain amount of money. It's what other public safety programs are we not paying for because we have to subsidize this program. It's what crosswalks are not being installed. It's what traffic lights are not being installed. It's what traffic cops are not on the street because of this. It's what radar signs are not being put in to deter speeding. It's all of the other things that we could be doing with this money that might be more effective than having a red light camera program. And so that's why cost is directly related and why we have to take these cost issues into account. And I might point out that in the report to the Board of Police Commissioners, the staff report to the Board of Police Commissioners, it was, I'm sorry, while I find my notes here. The staff report said that the current approved operating budget for the PRL program for fiscal year 2011-2012 is $2.76 million. This amount does not provide sufficient funding to cover the costs associated with the contractor's fees. The department does not have an additional source of funding to cover the shortfall. So every penny that we spend on this is a penny that we're not spending on other public safety measures. And so if the statistical evidence is at best questionable about the safety value of this, and I think that the unanimous vote of the Police Commission demonstrates that it's at least questionable, then I think we ought to be spending this money on proven technologies, proven engineering methods, proven enforcement methods where we don't have these kinds of questions that cause the Police Commission to reject this by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Mr. Couture. And Mr. Parks, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me ask our city attorney, last week you were going to give us some information about the legal issues, and if you could reiterate that, I'd appreciate it.
Are you specifically referring to the cost-neutral issue or the issue as to whether the council can direct the Board of Police Commissioners
the cost-neutral, or whether it should be set up as a program to create revenue, or cost-neutral, those two issues.
This is the data. Terry Martin Brown, Assistant City Attorney. The Vehicle Code, Section 214.55.5, subsection G, prohibits any contractual provisions that would make our contract with a red light photo contractor cost neutral. Specifically, Councilmember Parks asked when that section was amended, and that was done. Subsection G was added in 2003, so it's been quite a while. That subsection G reads, a contract between a governmental agency and a manufacturer or supplier of automated enforcement equipment may not include provision for the payment or compensation to the manufacturer or supplier based on the number of citations generated or as a percentage of the revenue generated as a result of the use of the equipment authorized under this section. And I think that section is very clear, and our office has previously opined, and in a CAO report dated October 4th, 2006, the CAO noted, and I quote, in the past, compensation to the contractor has been tied to citation revenue, and the CAO is referring to a City of Los Angeles contract with a previous photo red light contractor. Compensation to the contractor has been tied to citation revenue, essentially guaranteeing that the program would be approximately cost neutral to the city. Due to a change in state law, this practice is no longer allowed. And that was stated in a CAO report dated, again I repeat, October 4th, 2006.
Okay, so the issue is that from that report and the legal aspects of it, you cannot create a program that generates money or cost neutral. So the discussions about being the intent of the program as we move forward was that we'd always expected that you would lose money or that you'd spend money more than what you were going to recover if you're legal.
That is a distinct possibility.
Let me ask Chief Downey a question and just give us a ballpark figure. You have about 300 motor officers in the city. Are they cost neutral? Do they write tickets sufficient to pay for what you pay for them?
I wouldn't say they're cost neutral. It's an expensive proposition.
Yeah. So when you count safety equipment, motorcycle, and the number of tickets that they write, do you break even on that revenue?
No.
Okay. So if you don't break even on it, that means somewhere in your budget you're supplementing having 300 motor officers.
Correct.
Okay. And so the issue is, would you think, in looking at the motor officer, would you be losing close to $400,000 per year, or would it be significantly higher?
A motor officer, I mean, salary, vehicle, safety equipment, somewhere around that number probably.
Okay, so with the 300, you would not be breaking even, though?
No.
Okay. Let me ask DOT a question. Was there ever an expectation when we went into this program that anywhere close to the 4,000 intersections that we have, we're going to all have cameras?
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
I said, was there any expectation when we went into this program that we were going to put cameras at all 4,000 intersections in the city?
No.
Okay. We picked 32, and what was the criteria on the 32?
On the number of crashes as the primary factor.
Okay. Not the number of crashes citywide, but by district, because every district ended up with 2.
My understanding is the consideration for distributing this service to different council districts was also a factor.
Okay. And then the other issue in dealing with the, let me ask Chief Downey another question. What's the primary cause of a rear-end traffic accident?
Inattention, I would say.
Inattention and maybe following too closely?
Could be.
Okay, so if somebody runs into somebody's rear of their vehicle because they stopped for a red light, is it the person who's stopping in violation, or is it the person that ran into them in violation?
The person who ran into the person.
So inattention and driving too closely are the violations. Is that a fairly serious violation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Reyes.
Can I ask, Chief, if a motor officer witnesses somebody violating the right-hand turn rules, will they cite them?
Yes.
And would the person likely pay that ticket?
Yes.
Do they ever not pay that ticket?
I suppose they couldn't, and then it'd go to warrant, or it would show up on the record. There's a consequence for not paying it.
I'm sort of amazed about the whole discussion about right-hand turns, the tickets, and the voluntary payment or not. The bottom line is if a cop sees somebody violate the right turn rules, they'll cite them, and that's perfectly fine with us. But all of a sudden, if they get caught on camera with arguably better evidence, we say, yeah, we'll give them a pass on that one. That doesn't make any sense to me. If they violate the law, whether or not they pay the ticket should not be the criteria about whether we believe it should be illegal. So I don't understand that argument. I apologize. I understand that people don't like tickets. Nobody likes tickets. But that's not what we're discussing here. This is an issue of public safety, and if we could go down the road of eliminating all those things that people don't like that are illegal, we'd do nothing else around here. So I think we have to readjust our view on this and understand that we are trying to make the streets safer. The purpose of this program was to make the streets of Los Angeles safer. Now, those of you who believe that the program is not safer, maybe that's a legitimate argument. If you somehow can argue that it's less safe, that's a viable argument, I guess. I happen to believe that the streets of Los Angeles are safer as a result of this program. And while it could certainly use improvement, programs that rely on technology quite often need improvement every once in a while. And certainly I want that to happen. But when Mr. Zine talks about voluntary compliance, I mean, look at our collection rate for parking tickets. Look at our collection rate for contractors who are parking concessions, for example, who are blatantly not paying large millions of dollars to the city of Los Angeles. And yet we have the rules in place to go after them. The word may or shall, regardless, it gives us the option to say we want to pursue it or not. It says it's perfectly legal for us to pursue it. Now, the discretionary point, that's not that, we shouldn't have that discretion. We've decided that we want to go after people who violate the law in this way. If the courts decide differently, what can we do? We continue. We're going to stop enforcing those things? No, cops are still going to write tickets for illegal right turns. The problem is that people are dying by running red lights, and that's the primary concern here. If this program will reduce that number, then who cares about the cost? Frankly, I disagree on the cost issues. Oh, by the way, is there any plan to use money from this program for some other police project?
No. No.
I mean, is this program taking away from anything the police are doing now?
No.
So with regard to Mr. Krikorian's argument, there's no this program, we're not saving dollars here. I mean, you could look at a lot of different programs and say, well, if we cut that program, we can move it over here. But the police department isn't proposing any changes like that. This program didn't get in the way of that. And if we tighten it up, we certainly will get the revenue to cover it.
Mr. Alarcon?
So with that, I think our focus should be on safety. And that's where my vote is going to land.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, after a lot of research and finding out, we understand now through the Commission's deliberations that this indeed is an Arizona company. That there are many different reasons that have been brought forth by the Commission, but I just want to be consistent on the Arizona status of this company, and I believe that was one of the reasons also why the Commission did not want to continue. Would that be accurate?
Councilmember, there were basically 4 issues that the Commission discussed when this item was before the Commission. One of them was the issue that the contractor that was recommended was located in Arizona. The other was the voluntary payment that we've spoken about. The other was the potential impact of SB 29. And the last was the revenue impacts of the department's budget being $41 million in deficit, and the department's report indicating that the program would be another $1.5 million in deficit, and that was the Commission's concern.
So I want to congratulate the Commission for acknowledging the spirit of the resolution regarding the boycott. I do understand that the City Attorney does have a draft that they will come forward with an ordinance. It should happen very soon to help with the clarity and how we make decisions throughout the different decision-making bodies of the city to reinforce that resolution. So I would be here just to express my thanks, but also to state my position that I'll be voting against this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. LaBonge, followed by Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much. It was, I think, 1910, 1914, first traffic light between 3rd and 7th on Broadway. And do you think the people came over to the old City Hall and protested? Probably. Do you think you'd remember in times where they were in country music about it, going up 99 and you'd get into a town and they'd have signal lights and you'd have to slow down? There was some consistency. The state legislatures at the times created the opportunity to have consistency as far as speeding. I just want to say, members, and there's some others who are more, I don't tweet, I don't email, I call people, I talk to people. I just want to put that out on the record, Mr. Rosendahl. No, but I believe in technology is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. These are professionals here. Has technology changed, Chief Downing? How long have you been on the job?
29 years.
29 years. 29 years. Did you even have you didn't have MDTs in your car then, right?
I think we were getting them at the time.
You were getting them at the time. I just think that technology is something we have to look at. I know people, and it may not be red light cameras, but I know people on streets like Highland Avenue, Mr. Koretz and I share it, they race so fast down the street. And they may or may not obey that light, but they speed. Now, is there technology to take a picture of someone and say, you're speeding? Yep. Well, should we look at that? They won't like that, but I think the only way we get it is if we slow down. John Ferraro, who's this chamber's named after, the greatest deterrent to speeding or violating the law, is a black and white in the rear end. He told me that at Melrose and Normandy. Every time I pass that intersection, I think about that, look in my mirror and see if there's anybody behind me. It's important. Even people knew before this rage, when people would run red lights, and I remember when the RTD, prior to the MTA, you have bus accidents all over. Recently we had a rash of DWP water breaks. There were people who were just racing through intersections because they know the police was not there. And Mr. Executive Director of the Police Commission, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being, public safety all the way, how much is a commitment to public safety as it relates to traffic in the LAPD? How many? You have to be a specialized officer to do traffic, right?
As far as I know, every officer does traffic. Some are assigned that as their specific duty, but every police officer on the street is responsible for traffic.
But not like in the old days where a young Bernard Parks' first assignment was at 6th and Broadway. Is that right there, Chief Parks? 5th and Broadway? The third assignment, whatever it is. I'm just saying technology is a tool. And this is a great sergeant from the police department here. I got to believe that this sergeant right here, that chief, no disrespect to the city attorney or the executive director, those people say technology is part of the solution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I don't know the issues. I respect what Mr. Zine said, being a former motorcycle officer. But at the same time, I don't want to lose technology. Whatever it is, technology is a tool that will help us all slow down, respect it. Now, the consistency between Imperial County and Eureka should be the same statewide on what the law and how it's applied. So I do miss the Department of Transportation here. Is there a representative from DOT here? Hey, Paula, how are you? What do you think about this? I want to hear from you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Pauline Chan is the greatest director of neighborhood traffic calming DOT's ever had.
I'm really only able to speak on behalf of the issue of collision reduction.
No, I just want to ask you professionally, do you think this is a tool, whether this needs to be tweaked, that's good for Los Angeles to look at? Because underneath City Hall East, there's all those computers and all those loops and all that information and technology. This is a tool. Should we look at this tool?
I think the technology is a very powerful tool. I think there are, of course, other considerations. I think at one point the department had also, along with the police department, considered photo enforcement of speeding. And that had also worked its way up to legislature and only to be turned down. So there's a lot of formidable political considerations that need to be overcome.
I will want to say as I close, Mr. Zion, the Department of Transportation the last several years has developed a countdown on the pedestrian heads where the light flashes and there's a number countdown. You find that to be successful for both the safety of pedestrians and vehicles?
Absolutely. It's very effective, and we do get a lot more compliance with pedestrians making their crossing in time.
Because of the time. Thank you. And Sergeant, did you have anything you wanted to add? Because you're very special as a LAPD officer.
I do support what Pauline Chan says. The technology is what the city bought, and this technology is what has made a difference in changing driver behavior. The traffic collisions speak for themselves, but like Ms. Chan said, there are other issues here for the council to decide.
Right. Thank you, Sergeant.
Mr. Garcetti, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. Labange, when you were at Melrose and Normandy, and Council President Ferraro told you that, were you speeding?
No, I was just coming out the freeway Melrose and bumper to bumper. You couldn't speed.
Okay, just want to make sure you weren't speeding then. You know, if we had the law changed before us, I think there would be a lot of sympathy towards continuing this. As I understand, and talking to folks even from the company that makes this and others, New York City does this as an administrative. There are financial considerations, like Mr. Krikorian said. For what it's worth, and these are not supposed to be money makers, but New York City makes a lot more money per capita, and they're about a fifth the price, I think, or a fourth the price, the actual ticket. It's more like a parking ticket. It's something that reinforces and changes the behavior, which is what we want. but at the same time, it doesn't become this kind of laughingstock that in the past has been a money loser, even if we're guaranteed some sort of net neutral on this. It doesn't become something in which people, some of them get punished and some of them don't. Until the state changes the law, the state we have gone to a number of times. Mr. Zine and I introduced that motion to try to get the state to change it. But the state, out of their greed, would not do that. So what we're doing now, and trust me, for some of us who represent low-income districts, when we've talked to constituents who have gotten this ticket, and it represents 2/3 of their rent for the month, that's devastating. We want to change people's behaviors, we want to save lives, but it's not working the way that it is. So I'll keep my speech short until that law changes. Shut them down and do it now.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Huizar, followed by Mr. Cardenas. I'm sorry, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Huizar just came up for the first time.
This is my first time, sir.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, after you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and I'll keep my speech short as well. I want to join Councilmember Reyes in the Arizona issue with this. Back in June of 2010, we actually voted to approve us moving forward with monthly extensions with an Arizona-based company with an exemption. We blanketed that or reasoned that it was a public safety issue. But there's nothing imminent. There's nothing that if we do not act with time that I believe that we should apply this exemption. In the future, Mr. Reyes, I'll be more than willing to work with you as that draft ordinance comes up, that we should look very carefully at what those exemptions are, because if we just say it's something with public safety and all of a sudden there's an exemption, we have to be very clear about what that exemption is for, if it's imminent or any other issue. Here, I see no real urgency, nothing that would meet we don't have no standard right now, but it wouldn't meet my own personal standard about what's imminent about this or urgent about this. So I stand with Mr. Reyes to say that I would not support this because we are working or look to extend a contract with an Arizona-based company, and just because we have not been steadfast in focusing on that, I think at some point we need to be more focused on who we are doing business and to uphold the reasons why we put that boycott in place in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Mr. Cardenas, followed by Ms. Perry.
Council members, I really appreciate the dialogue, and there has been a few small matters that have brought a little bit more clarity to myself and to some of us around the Horseshoe and to the public. Yet at the same time, one of the things I want to remind all of us about is that the motion that's before us is to potentially extend the current contract that ends on July 31st beyond July 31st on a month-to-month basis for perhaps as long as a year. But what we have here, and what I've been writing notes, listening to the comments of my colleagues and the concerns and the legitimate reasons why some people feel we should just end the contract and move on, or we should possibly extend it and then give ourselves an opportunity to get clarity and put ourselves in a much better position to be able to operate this and to collect on it, etc. So basically what I'm asking, colleagues, is we just give public safety a chance to clarify those matters. In these chambers and in committee, we constantly give the staff of the City of Los Angeles and various departments the opportunity to go ahead and answer some of our questions clearly, and what they're called is report backs. So what I would ask of us, colleagues, is on these items at least, that we give ourselves until the end of July 31st, because the current contract is due to expire on July 31st. That's 6 weeks away from now. That we give our staff an opportunity during those 6 weeks to first clarify whether or not there are some concessions by the operator that could actually improve the dollar amount that some of you have talked about when it comes to the fact that the revenue that comes in is not meeting or exceeding the actual operating costs. That we take the opportunity over the next 5 to potentially 6 weeks to go ahead and get the report backs to see if the operator and or the potential winner of the RFP, should we extend this beyond this contract, that they be able to clarify for us as to whether or not they can improve the city's position and still concur with what we would be contracting them to do. In addition to that, what I'd like to do is to give us the opportunity as the largest city in the state of California, to go ahead and pass a resolution that has been introduced today to ask that SB 29 be amended so that they can accommodate our ability to correctly enforce and collect on these citations. As I mentioned earlier, the legislature, when they feel like it, they can turn a bill around in one day. They can turn a bill around in a week, in a month, etc. I know personally if we were to pass this resolution, I would go beyond speaking as Tony Cardenas, former legislator, and Tony Cardenas, council member for the 6th District. I would be able to speak on behalf of our entire city if, in fact, we pass this resolution to ask for that remedy. And it's my understanding that regardless if we extend this or not, it seems like my colleagues would like to get that clarity and would like to get that remedied anyway. So we give ourselves an opportunity to do that as well. In addition to that, what I'd like us to do is to take the opportunity to make sure that we give the CLA, the CAO, the Police Department, Department of Transportation, an opportunity to report back to us before July 31st and give us some answers as to whether or not we have better clarity so we can make a final decision and that we can either continue the red light program or not.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Second by Ms. Perry.
Ms. Perry, second. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Perry, and then Mr. Parks.
Yes, thanks. I wanted to second that because I want to stay on this track. Mr. Cardenas, in the motion that you and Mr. Parks signed, and I don't want to interfere with the text of that, but I'd like to be able to find a way to get the word may changed to shall in the vehicle code. I'm sorry.
It's going to be in committee next week, so we'll do that next week.
Okay, great. And then I think that the month-to-month idea does give us the flexibility to resolve the collection loopholes that we're experiencing without throwing this whole thing out. Technology that at least ostensibly appears to be protecting people, and I would like, and I concur with you, I want to ask the CLA also if they could come up with some other options for us, maybe decriminalizing the tickets and making it a simpler process so that people might be more inclined to pay, as we do with parking tickets, something along that line to investigate whether there is any other governmental agency that can assist us in collections without having to go through the state legislature or rely on that, but simultaneously, independent and apart from a state action, to see if we can come up with some sort of local solution to this. Maybe it's the franchise tax board, I don't know. But to ask the CLA to investigate all of those options and come back to us at the same time that you want to come back. I think you said 30 days?
July 31st.
Okay, before July 31st.
Thank you, Ms. Perry.
Okay, so do I need to do that as a motion?
Yes, you do.
Okay, so I made that as a motion.
Mr. Cardenas.
Second from Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, then Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, on this issue, I think it's so important that we make a decision on accurate information. And when we hear colleagues say that there's been no positive results, I think the Sergeant articulated a number of them that are very positive and save lives. For those that say it's devastating to have people that they believe are misled by the cost of the ticket, what is even more devastating is when you lose a life or cripple someone for life because of a traffic accident. When we blame a rear-end accident on the person who stops, that's a miscarriage of justice, because when someone stops, they have a right to stop their vehicle. It's the person that runs into them that's in violation. Mr. Krikorian, on your comment on the $2.7 million, we could spend it elsewhere. We can't spend it elsewhere because it's only allocated based on the revenue generated from the use of this technology. So if you take the 2.7, it doesn't exist unless you create, if they spend it, it's not created unless it comes from the revenue from the citation. So the issue is you create a hole in their budget of almost $3 million if you spent the money for other issues. It's only allocated because of the cost of the tickets. When we think about the price of the tickets, that's not our doing. That's the state legislature adding penalty assessments to violations that have become so exorbitant that judges won't even implement them. These are the kind of things I think that are important that we make these judgments. We even talk about Arizona. We need to realize that this contract was let several years before we made a motion about Arizona. So to hold us to a criteria about Arizona when this contract is at least 2 to 3 years old by the time we made a judgment on Arizona, I don't think is reasonable. And if we're going to stick to that, when the new contract comes up for tasers, let's not buy tasers because the only contract is in Arizona. Let's tell the officers, don't use an electronic device, shoot somebody with a real gun because we can't get the technology from Arizona. Let me ask the LADOT, do we have the ability to experiment on other intersections on expanding the yellow and expanding the time on the four-way reds, even though technology is on 32 intersections?
On the existing intersection?
Yeah, on our existing, some of our other 4,000 intersections. Could we still basically test that theory about expanding the yellow a second or expanding to four-way reds?
Well, we are following a lawful mandate to adhere to the manual on traffic control devices imposed by the state of California.
Do they allow us to do that? Do they allow us to
do so would
experiment?
require us to request for an experimentation
Okay, so that's something
from the committee.
is that legislation or is that a appointed body or what?
It's not, the process is administrative.
Okay, so the issue of someone making a recommendation to expand the yellow for a second or to make them four-way reds is not something we could do on our own. We have to go get that approved at a state committee.
Right, when the extension goes beyond what is called for in the manual.
Okay, so that's something that we can't do on our own. Colleagues, I'd hope that we would not put a price on life. We lose, Sergeant, how many? 200 people in traffic accidents a year? Okay, just under the number of homicides, which is down to just over 300. So every time we have a homicide, someone brings forth a reward motion. We lose 200 people in traffic accidents. We don't even take the time to acknowledge it. That's what we're talking about, is traffic safety, which is probably the best public safety we can. And I think those are the things I'd hope that when we look at this, in my last comment, is that when we have a motor officer or a traffic or a police officer write a ticket, they make a subjective opinion as to whether the vehicle passed the limit line before the light changed. The ticket on a red light camera makes no subjective. It gives you the front license plate, the last license plate, the back license plate, the limit line, and they also show you a smiling face of the person driving. So I don't know if you can use technology better than that to put a person and a vehicle at the place of the violation, where an officer is constantly badgered in court about what did you see, where was the limit line, how far were they away. These are things that are subjective in sight. So these are things I'd hope we make a decision on factual circumstances that's before us. We have the best information in our city as to 32 intersections for 3 to 5 years, but yet we rely on someone that may come and tell us about their city, and their city is smaller than any one of our council districts. That's, I guess, when looking at objective information and criteria, a misuse of all of that research that we've created about our own city. So I'd hope that we would approve this and extend it so we can work out some of the details. We should not throw it away. It's been invaluable in saving lives. And if you start off with, Sergeant, tell us what we started off with, the 32 intersections and A's and K's.
In A's and K's, initially since the program started, there has been no red light related.
What did we start off when the cameras went in? What was the figures when we started?
We had 3 red light related fatalities.
How many?
Prior.
Speaking to Mike.
3 prior. There has been none. Since that time, total injury traffic collisions back in 2004 when we started tracking information at our photo red light intersections, we had 380 total injury traffic collisions.
380 total injury traffic.
Okay. In 2010, we had 269.
269. What was the K's now?
Okay, we had 0 Ks, red light related. So total injury traffic collisions, we were down 21%.
Okay, but what was the K's when we started?
We had 3 Ks prior.
3 K's prior, now we have 0. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, I don't intend to speak. I'd like the mayor of Loma Linda to come up real quickly and on my time make a 1-minute comment, if I could, Madam President.
I don't, yeah. Do you want to make an objection? I think that
No, I know. That's why I'm giving an answer.
He did speak on Friday, Mr. Rosendahl.
Reelected. I don't want to hear it again.
Okay, we have an objection. Whereas the city attorney, I need the city attorney to make an opinion on that. All right, the mayor of Mr. Rosendahl wanted to
Point
give
of
his
order.
time to public.
If I make a point of order, and I'll answer it. No, I was dispassionately saying from the chair, people on their own time are able to invite people to the podium to speak. Period.
Mr. City Attorney?
That is correct.
And if we have an objection?
If there's an objection, then it can be put to a vote.
Do you want to put it to a vote?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question. I did not object. No, I'm not saying you did. I just want to clarify for the record. I did not object. I said, what if someone objects? What's the procedure? So I am not objecting. I just wanted to get clarity on that.
So
Thank you.
in response to your question.
Of the chair one can, I think Mr. City Attorney is saying the chair can present that as a vote, but there's no rule that obligates. I mean, when it's on the speaker's time.
The city attorney has responded that we can put the objection to a vote. Should you wish to pursue that, Mr. Cardenas? Mr. Cardenas? All right, so if you can start the clock for Mr. Rosendahl, and he has given his time over to the mayor of Loma Linda.
Okay, so there's no question of me? Well, I just want to comment on the yellow light durations. Yellow light durations are a minimum standard, and they're set by a formula, by an engineering consensus. It's not something that requires some permission from anybody. In the city of Loma Linda, we lengthened the yellow lights by 1 second on a council vote as an experiment. And it worked so well, we kept it. But we could undo it on a council vote, but we can't do it below the minimums, but you can make the yellow lights as long as you like.
Thank you very much. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Parks, you're certainly right about the reward motions and how heart-wrenching those are. But I do want to respond to that point because I for one, and I'm sure all of us, do make note of the people who are killed in our district in traffic collisions. I will never in my life forget 12-year-old Emily Alamon, who was killed when she was in a crosswalk at Laurel Canyon and Archwood, or her sister, Angela Rodriguez, who's paralyzed from the neck down from the age of 13 in that same accident. I will never forget Connor Lynch, who stepped out into the street in front of his high school and was struck by a driver, hurled about 100 feet, and died on that spot. So I'm very deeply committed to ensuring that we reduce the number of pedestrian deaths, reduce the number of traffic fatalities that we have, and that's why I've devoted so much of my public life to doing exactly that and to fighting against speeding drivers and so on. So the question here before us, folks, is not whether you're supportive of public safety or not supportive of public safety. The question here is how we best implement public safety. How do we best ensure that we use a finite pool of resources to save the most lives? And our police commission decided by unanimous vote that this program was not the right way to do it. Now, when we had the fire chief before us to talk about a redeployment plan for the fire department, a majority of us said, we're not going to let politics and district concerns and things like that stand in the way of the professionals telling us what's best for public safety. Well, we have a command staff. We have a command structure in the police department. And at the top of that command structure is the police commission and the elected officials. I think that when the police commission exercises its judgment, considers an issue in depth, looks at the statistics, looks at the controller's audit, hears testimony, and makes a unanimous decision that this program is not in the best interests of the city, that we, the elected officials, ought to be respectful of that decision and support them on it, and I do.
Mr. Koretz?
I agree with that, and I certainly wouldn't extend this program any longer. If one could convince the police commission, based on things that have changed, to go back and reinstate this program, I'd certainly take a look at it. However, I think it makes more sense for us to look at something that really will change public safety, change it on a more permanent basis, and that is to look at changes to the signal timing at our intersections. And I propose a substitute motion that we review signal timing and increase the signal timing as appropriate at all the intersections that are currently red light cameraed, and that in addition we add all the intersections that are also a serious safety threat that weren't included with red light cameras because of the politics of 2 per district. And so in that way, we could save, as Loma Linda spotted, most of the violations, most of the danger, and do it without the cost and all the other negatives of this program.
Mr. Zine?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear your... I agree with Ms. Krikorian. The Police Commission, policymakers of the Police Department, a unanimous decision. I don't think we should slap the Police Commission in the face by going against the research and what they have done on this particular measure. When it comes to Sacramento, I did, through the process, administrative legislation giving the city the authority to do an administrative violation, to reduce the fine, and to take control on a local level. And it was killed in Sacramento because out of that $500 ticket, we get $157. The rest goes to the state and a few dollars to the county. They don't want to surrender any dollars. Sacramento already killed the administrative process that I attempt to do with Mr. Garcetti. As far as consequences, if there are no consequences for breaking the law, go ahead and break the law. There are no consequences if there's no fine. You talk about parking tickets, you don't pay your parking ticket, you get your car booted. You get a ticket by a motorcycle officer or an officer in the car, there's consequences. Motorcycle officers don't only write tickets, they put drunk drivers in jail. And they work on task forces. And they escort dignitaries. Motor officers don't just write tickets, they do a lot more activity. And yeah, they're expensive. So is our SWAT team, so is our helicopter. So are the other components of public safety. So are the fire department, the helicopters and the trucks. That's all part of public safety. But when you have a situation like this that has no teeth in the rule, where you can commit a violation and commit a violation and commit a violation, there's no consequences whatsoever. No fine, no impact on your record, no insurance, nothing. There's no consequences. And until the wisdom of the court comes around to say there's going to be consequences, we're bullying the people and we're really mocking the law. And that offends me as a police officer. If you don't have teeth to the law, why have the law? You've got to have some teeth to it. People obey the law because of consequences. Otherwise, there'd be anarchy. So when it comes to this particular measure, and I've spoken to the lobbyists on this, they're working in Sacramento. If that comes about, fine. Then we'll reconsider it. But I'm going to make a motion that we don't continue this, that we let it expire, and if the rules change, we come back and we review it. But I would say those 32 locations need to be surrendered on the date that's scheduled, and not just wait another year and another year and another year and bully the people of Los Angeles. I don't think the law is designed to bully people. I think it's designed to enforce and have respect for it. And when there's no consequences, as we have in this photo red light, because of the court situation, it makes no sense to continue it. So I make a motion that we let this expire at the date, I think it's the end of July if I'm not mistaken. We let it expire at that time. And if the law changes, then we review it, we come back. And I will also add, second, Mr. Garcetti, thank you. I'd also add that this company, and you talked about Arizona, this company took that contract over because the previous company, which I had concern with along with Mr. Smith, went into receivership. I don't know where they were based, but the company that had the contract prior to this company went into receivership. And that's one of the concerns I have. So, Mr. Garcetti, second that motion. I think we put an end to this. Until the court can get their act together, we let this program subside. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zine, seconded by Mr. Garcetti. Our next speaker is Mr. Garcetti. All right, Mr. Garcetti moves the previous question. Please open the roll.
Well, you have to ask if there's an objection first. You have to ask if there's an objection.
Any objections? Uh-oh, we have one objection. Objection by Mr. Parks.
Okay, so then we have to vote.
Yeah, I got my BlackBerry to play with, right?
Okay, open the roll.
Yes ends debate. No continues debate.
So we're going to open the roll. We had one objection. It's a 10-vote item. So now we're going to open the roll on this. So open the roll. This is a motion to end debate. We had one objection by Mr. Parks. This is a 10-vote item. There has been a motion to end debate. There was one objection by Mr. Parks. This is a 10-vote item. Mr. Garcetti, if you talk again.
I won't.
Thank you. Okay, so now, 10-vote item. We're opening the roll to end debate. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
All right, the debate continues. Mr. Labange.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Look at those cameras right there. 30 years ago, they wouldn't be here because at 1 o'clock, they'd have to leave this chamber. I was here 30 years ago. Technology changed. Then, and the council had tough business. They did it after 1 o'clock. You know why? Because they had to get to the studios to process their film, to splice their film and edit it. Technology changes everything. That's why they're here. Now, if they needed to come live at 5, they'd pull up on the sidewalk. Zion would not give them a ticket. They'd run the cable through the window. They would run live. Technology changes. All I'm saying is, Mr. Cardenas has something that says to July 31st. That gives us 6 weeks, 5 weeks. Have a robust hearing in committee, as Mr. Rosendahl likes to say. Invite the public in. Look at the great democracy that took place today from the Northeast Los Angeles. Now, there's a few people here. Let's have a full discussion. Let's hear from the families that are affected by this. Let's hear from the fire department that has to roll to intersections. And also, I agree, if there needs to be more signals, Mr. Zine, in other parts of the city, it should be done by council district. It shouldn't be done by need. And I just one question for the police department, if they know. Are more fatal accidents in the Valley Bureau than in other parts of the city? This is a question. Do we know?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Are there more fatal accidents in Valley Bureau?
Yes, sir.
And that's because speed kills. And speed kills on big, wide streets. The only good sign that said speed kills is when Cliff Branch, number 21, played for the Raiders. Going down the middle, he'd score. But we want to score for the people, Dennis. You're right, Dennis, on all reforming. Give Mr. Cardenas a chance. Red light, green light, like Engineer Bill. Put it on red light right now. And then if you need to go green light July 1st or red light again, do it. Anyway, I ask that we support Mr. Cardenas to give the professionals a little time. And Mr. Executive Director for our Police Commission, I don't disrespect the Commission. I just think it's an opportunity to discuss this further and look at it. So I think that's good.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Reyes.
I'd like to move the previous question.
Again, move to call the question. Do we have any objections? Are we having an objection? All right, so no objections. All right, open the roll.
You still object, Tony?
Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, well, we're ready to go now. All right, let's last motion in first.
The third time, the rules, if it's third time or fourth time beyond, it's an 8 vote as opposed to 9, 10.
All right, so we start with the last motion in first. Madam Clerk, what's before us?
The last motion was Councilmember Zion Garcetti motion to let the contract expire.
All right, is everybody ready to vote? Everybody in their seat? The first motion is the last one in, and that is Mr. Zion Garcetti motion to allow the contract to expire. Everybody ready to vote? All right, let a yes vote. Mr. Huizar.
Yeah, so this is not to continue. It's just allow it to expire.
To let it run it until July 31st, and then it's done.
Your motion, which is following this, is to continue.
We're going to do it one vote at a time so that people don't get confused. So this was the last motion in. Zion Garcetti, let it expire after July 31st, and then it does not go month to month. All right, is everybody clear? Yes, sir.
Mean that we could still consider it in Transportation Committee, or they will consider it in Transportation Committee?
this. As far as my concern is, between now and the end of July, if the state law changes or something else changes, we could bring it back and do something. If nothing changes, it expires the end of July.
That wasn't my point of clarification. My point of clarification is whether or not Mr. Rosendahl, as chair of the Transportation Committee or the chair of Public Safety, would consider taking this matter up for consideration. I'm just curious, is that it's not excluded by this motion?
Not excluded by this motion, but it's not contemplated either. So, again, the motion on the table is Zine Garcetti to allow the contract to run its course, terminating July 31st without any possibility of month to month. So can we open the roll on this, please? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 5 noes.
All right.
Next motion.
Next motion.
Next motion was Perry Parks for the CLA to report back by July 31st with options for criminalizing tickets and working with other agencies that may assist in collections.
And that was decriminalize? You said decriminalize, correct?
Decriminalize.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that. Okay, thank you. I don't even know. All right, let's open the roll on that item. Close the roll. Everybody there? Tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay. All right, what's the next? Do we have any other motions in the hopper?
Yes, one last motion. Cardenas Perry.
Yes, hold on.
Mr. I move to receive and file this.
We got one more motion.
Oh, after that one's done.
Okay, only if we receive and file yours too. Yes, thank you.
I'll wait. I'll withdraw that for a moment.
Yeah. All right, next motion. No, hold on, Mr. Koretz.
I believe my motion was the second to last motion. I haven't heard it come up.
All right, let's, Madam Clerk, do you have Mr. Koretz's motion?
Can you please restate your motion, please?
The motion was to have the Department of Transportation determine the appropriate changes to yellow and red light camera timing to improve safety at all the. What? Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, no, I didn't. All the intersections that currently are controlled by red light cameras, plus all the intersections that are dangerous but weren't included because we had the 2 per council district limitation, to be analyzed for appropriate changes in signal timing on yellow and red intersections. And even if we continued the red light cameras, I'd still propose this because it would improve safety. And in the case of Loma Linda, where they still continued the red light cameras while they were doing it, it eliminated almost all violations and danger.
Okay. Do you have a second on that motion?
Yes, second.
Second from Mr. Krikorian.
And it's a real comment at the end. Comment at the end.
Okay, Madam Clerk, is that the second to the last motion? All right, do you want to?
This is your motion?
This is the second to the last motion. Koretz, Krikorian, open the roll on that, please. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
All right, now for the final motion.
Cardenas Perry motion for the city attorney, CLA, CAO, LAPD, and DOT to report back by July 31st regarding negotiating concessions now that will improve the city's position, and to continue the matter to July 26th.
All right, please open the roll on that matter. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
6 ayes, 6 noes.
Okay.
I move to receive and file this.
Second.
Okay.
To continue the day to let the DOT answer.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Garcetti has made a motion to receive and file the final motion as well as the second motion in, and then Mr. Labange has just made a request to continue the matter one day.
And have a robust discussion.
That's what we just had for 2 hours.
I think we just had one. Okay. So,
Madam Chair, the item number 40 would stay on the desk until tomorrow, pursuant to Rule 53, unless it is received and filed.
okay. So let's open the roll on the Garcetti motion to receive and file. And just for clarification, Madam Clerk, even though I personally don't want to receive and file it, I think we had a total of 4 motions, so we're talking about the second one and the final one. Am I correct that Mr. Garcetti made a request to receive and file?
Of this original and substitute motion.
Have a conversation with your personal self and vote no.
There were 2 that were 6 and 6. There were 2 motions that were tied 6-6.
Well, just as a point of clarification, the police commission thing that doesn't stand tomorrow, it just says that July 31st or June 30th? July 31st? That'll just not be, there will be no new RFP put out that. Right. That's all it does. So it will still continue till then either way right now. It just will expire then.
All right, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 5 noes.
Mr. City Attorney, point of information. Is it legal for a municipality to have a signal that's not operational light, yet it doesn't necessarily work? Could you have it's what they call when you park a police car and no one's in it?
Decoy.
A decoy. Is it legal to do that? Do we have to then?
I'm not exactly sure that's a point of information for council purposes.
Okay, next item. Thank you.
So what's the verdict?
For the record, Madam Clerk, that item will remain on the agenda until it has been received and filed, or an additional action has been taken. So the item will be on tomorrow's agenda.
Excellent. Thank you. Next item.
Item number 20, that was held on the desk by Councilmember Parks.
Mr. Parks, item 20 is up. And we do have some cards on that item. Do you want the speakers to go first?
No, yes, please.
Okay. Marcy Sipes. Is Marcy Sipes still here? Bessie Campos. Bessie Campos?
No, I do. I mean, but the thing is,
Phyllis Korn. And Cheryl Parisi. Cheryl Parisi. Phyllis Korn. Bessie Campos. Marcy Sipes. Okay, they don't appear to be here in the chamber. So, Mr. Parks, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kokori, Mr. Correct. I'm sorry, got the 2 polls. But let me ask you if we could make a friendly amendment to your motion and merely ask that we get the CAO and the Department of Rec and Parks to come to us by next Tuesday and bring forth a report to the council about these 30 positions so that we'll have what the options are and we can make a decision based on that information rather than go through committee. Ask him a question.
Madam Chair, can I respond?
Mr. Peretz, go ahead.
Okay. Have you talked to staff to be sure that they can come up with something that quickly?
We've asked them if they can do that. The issue I think we're going to come up with is that there are positions that are drivers that they could go into lower paying positions, but they also have to seek and determine if they're driver positions throughout the city. But that gives them a week to figure that out.
And if they told you that's enough time for them to come back? Okay.
The other key is that it appears that Rec and Parks, their funding cannot pay for those positions beyond the end of the year. So they have to be either reduced to other positions or found jobs in other parts of the city. So that's what I'd ask we do that. So we'll have some idea without just having an unending impact on the general fund by saying pay them until we figure it out. So they should be back next Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment, although my understanding is that these people could be placed in the many Rec and Parks jobs that will be created during the summer. Long term, that wouldn't work, but either way, if staff is able to come up with a report by Tuesday,
okay. I think they can be placed. The issue is they can't be placed in the current position, and generally the perception is they have to be placed in a lower paying job. So that's what Rec and Park can do, but they also want to seek if there are other driver positions throughout the city.
My only question is I would have liked to have had this come to Personnel Committee first, and we wouldn't have time to do that by Tuesday. So if you could extend it a week, I think that would be...
I think the dilemma we're trying to get to is get it resolved before June 30th, when this fiscal year ends.
And can we have that done by then?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Parks. Are you finished? Mr. Koretz, are you done? You're still speaking. Do you want to respond?
Yes. Regina Adams, Executive Officer of Recreation and Parks. The issue is that for the Senior Nutrition and Social Services Program that the Department of Recreation and Parks will no longer be providing as of July 1st. These services will now be provided through the Department of Aging through some nonprofits that the Council has just approved as of today. The issue is that we have some part-time employees, in particular delivery drivers, and it's about 30 employees who we will not be able to continue as of July 1st as delivery drivers. The only options that we have here are to work with the Personnel Department to see if these employees may be placed elsewhere in the city, in other city departments, as delivery drivers, or they can remain with the Department of Recreation and Parks. We can retain them through the summer, but they would have to be in another part-time classification. That means that they will be taking a pay cut. Also, too, is to see if the nonprofits that the Department of Aging is contracting with, to see if they might be able to retain them under the Service Worker Retention Program. But even under that option, they also will be taking a pay cut because they will only be able to be paid up to a maximum of $15 an hour, where now they make almost $22 an hour.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm fine with this coming back to us in a week, and we want to make clear as part of the amendment that these folks will be retained until we're able to identify whether or not we can find other places for them in the city family.
I just want to caution that for Recreation and Parks, we can only maintain them as delivery drivers until June 30th of this year.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl?
I'm just curious as to how we operate after June 30th. What happens? I mean, I've been trying to drill down on how many part-time people we're talking about. I thought Rec and Park and the way we worked out our labor issues that there would be no folks laid off. It affects my Felicia Mayhood Center. So what happens?
First of all, for these employees, these are as-needed part-time employees. Technically, they're never subject to layoff. They can be terminated. They are as needed. Of course, we're trying not to have that happen. But what is going to happen with these delivery drivers is that this is the only program that we utilize them in the Department of Recreation and Parks. That's why this is so sensitive. We do not have any other way or means of using them as delivery drivers. So the only option that we have is to try to change them, such as to recreation assistants, and we can use them in other programs within our department. But that would require them to take a pay cut.
Okay, but also, don't they need drivers to drive people around, the new groups taken in? Wasn't their function to take seniors? What were their functions when you said drivers?
Their function currently is to provide meals to the homebound seniors, as well as to take seniors such as to their doctor's appointments and things like that. But as of July 1st, Recreation and Parks will no longer be providing those services. That will only be provided through the Department of Aging.
Yeah, I understand that. But doesn't the Department of Aging also want to continue the Meals on Wheels program and taking people to doctor's appointments who are seniors?
Yes, they do. And that's going to be handled through the two nonprofits that was approved as of today for Felicia Mayhood and Wilkinson, which is what Recreation and Parks used to handle. We basically were like contractors to the Department of Aging. As of July 1st, we no longer will be the contractors, and we will have nonprofits providing these services.
So why doesn't the new contractor take them on to continue their service as drivers for Meals on Wheels and appointments?
That's what I mentioned. Under the city service worker retention ordinance, the contractors are required to retain the employees up to 90 days. However, under that ordinance, it only pays up to about $15 an hour. And as I state, they may retain them as delivery drivers or in some other means. I don't know exactly what their intentions are. However, they will not be in the same capacity as they are right now with the city of Los Angeles. They would no longer be city employees. They may not receive the benefits that they receive right now, and they also would not be making the salaries that they currently receive.
I understand that, but can we get them to report back before the magic moment of the end of the month?
We are right now. We're sending out.
We understand exactly what the new vendors can do and not do? Because it was mumbled to me. I like the vendor. It's a great group. But I worry about the Meals on Wheels being delivered, or doctor's appointments, and I worry about the part-time employees who've been there a long time doing this kind of work.
Council members, that is exactly what we're trying to do right now. We had to wait until the council gave the approval that these were going to be the nonprofits that would be providing the service. And I have our personnel section right now working with the personnel department, and we're also going to work with the Department of Aging to see if these people, as well as how many, might be able to be retained. But it's also up to the employees if they want to go to these nonprofits as well to be their employees. But we are currently working on that to try to see what we might be able to do, and hopefully within a week we can report back to you and let you know the status of all of these employees in this program.
Great, and I appreciate the way you answered the questions too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Parks, did you wish to speak again? Okay.
That recommendation, that motion, to move that and have it back.
All right, Mr. Parks wants to move the motion and have it come back on Tuesday.
Just do it on Monday.
He wants the work to be completed before June the 30th. Mr. Koretz?
I'd like to have this go to a special meeting of the committee on Tuesday and have it heard on Wednesday, which is still timely for June 30th.
And I'll second that.
All right, fine, that's timely for June 30th. Okay, that's great, thank you. There are no further speakers in the queue on that, so I believe that's the only motion on the table. Am I correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
All right, let's open the roll on the Parks-Koretz motion with the understanding this will all be completed and back in by no later than June the 30th. Special meeting with Mr. Koretz's committee. Personnel before then. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Item 41, call special for cards.
All right, let's see if anybody's still here. We'll have to go out to the Van Nuys for Miriam Fogler and Donna Pearman. Miriam Fogler, Donna Pearman. All right, they may not be there anymore. All right, 41. All right, let's, Madam Clerk, there are no speakers in the queue.
Excuse me, Madam President. I believe that there's a request to move the CLA report on this item.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Lamonge.
Parks, want to thank the department staff who's been here all day. Recommend approval.
Okay, the motion to, it's a recommendation move the Chief Legislative Analyst report, so please open the roll on this item. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
All right. Forthwith from Mr. Lamonge. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motions are posted and referred.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Hahn requests to leave at 11:30 a.m. on July 6th for personal business.
Okay, that'll be without objection.
Councilmember Koretz requests to leave at 11:30 a.m. on June 22nd for city business. A motion is required.
Motion by Mr. Zine, seconded by Mr. Lamonge.
That clears the desk.
Okay, members, any announcements? Any announcements, members? Any announcements? All right, members, please rise for adjourning motions. Please rise for adjourning motions. Members, are there any adjourning motions? No adjourning motions for today? All right, I do have one adjourning motion in memory of Marie Catherine Lombardi, Poyer of Los Angeles. She was married for 66 years to her loving husband, Jack, who survives her. They lived in Westwood, where they raised their children and later moved to Encino. She is survived by her extraordinary family of 14 children, one of whom predeceased her, 35 grandchildren, and 13 great-grandchildren. First and foremost, Marie was devoted to her family and made sure that everyone knew her special love for them, both as individuals and as family members. Her legacy is her family, and she will be sincerely missed. All right, seeing there are no other adjourning motions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
station, LA City View, Channel